ask the same question that Hinoka mentioned, is they are having some different thoughts. So therefore, if you are defining something, you will have to define it with the conceptual and field application approach and how you do it. So then only you will be able to put it across. So we are having a lot of problems in that. Even when we are teaching, so in fact, under the guidance of Professor Kotagama, we started the ecotourism program even in our campus. We have been continuing, and Professor Suranga, even in Japura, we have been trying to develop all those, the new concepts and ideas and new avenues. So tourism itself does not mean only the natural areas. The ecotourism means, so you have the culture, you have the horticulture, you have the farm, right? You have the antiques, you have the food culture, you have the traditional people. Everything will be there for you that you can use as a component of the tourism. Because we have been, why we like tourism, why we are always catering for ecotourism, because as we mentioned, we are forest dwellers at the beginning. So we developed, we were hunting and gathering people, then we were harvesting and cultivating, changing the landscape, but still we have inculcated our minds that we are the forest people. So that is why we want to feel like that, noisy environment, busy life, and you have to be in the nice environment. Therefore, the World Conservation Organization, the Sri Lankan Society, experts are coming up with the industrial criteria as well as the ecotourism destination criteria. So I don't think that anybody can come up with 100% to a satisfactory level. But you will have to, you can do something to reach that level. In the industry criteria, the destination criteria, therefore then by doing so, you will be able to minimize and reduce the impact given by any tourism industry or any development activities on the environment. So we have a lot of opportunities, right? We have a lot of opportunities from the sea coast up to the mountains. If you say that, if you want to define me what is nature tourism, travel to nature, enjoy and appreciate. If you want to ask me to say about the ecotourism, this is the definition. If you ask me to cultural tourism, I can define that way. So therefore you can define, but at the end of the day, it is important that you must be a very responsible person who is going to cater for responsible way by doing your job. If you are in that, if you can create that environment, if you can change the attitude of the people, then we will be able to, accomplish the target. We know that everybody is talking about the biodiversity and all. We know that in 1992, I believe, Professor Kotagama, if I am wrong. So you mentioned that wildlife is our life in the policy. Okay? So we are, as far as we are concerned, we are the pioneers. So now the biodiversity convention is biological, the convention on biodiversity is coming up and saying that biodiversity is our life. So we are pioneers, right? So we are pioneers, we are very well aware of the system. We have a lot of good laws and regulations, but only problem is that the problem with us is that are we in a position to perform our duties to the satisfaction and bringing less impact on the environment? That is a question that always I am having. Thank you.
Thank you, Padmalal. So I think with those initial comments from the panel members, we will, I think, go into the presentations. Whom do we have first?
All right. So, unfortunately, we are not connecting Professor. She's in now? Okay. We go into the Sir, okay, right. So we just got the news that Professor Anukrati Sharma has also joined us. So we should be able to connect to her to listen to her thoughts on this theme as well. Yes, ma'am. You can take over from now on. Professor Sharma.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible and visible as well to everyone. Ayubowan, Namaskar, and a very good morning to each and everyone. Please accept my heartiest greetings from India. And first of all, before jumping into this topic directly, I would like to congratulate and as well as I would like to say a thanks to the Ministry of Environment and University of Colombo for giving me an opportunity to put my thoughts on such a relevant topic, that is biodiversity and sustainable tourism 2022. It is really very much required. I would like to also congratulate the entire team of Professor Suranga Selva, Dr. Mubarak, Dr. Pratibhani, Dr. Sampat, because they are, and certainly the other members who are behind this, symposium, they are doing really very well. In spite of so many, ups and downs in the country, they are regular and continuing with this agenda to promote tourism in the country. This is really very appreciable, and I really appreciate that all the efforts. It hardly matters that I'm able to join online, not in person, but still I'm really glad and I'm excited actually to be a part of this symposium. Now, as we are discussing here about the biodiversity and sustainable tourism, everyone is putting, like I've just listened to the respected panel member, and I'm very second to his opinion that, of course, if we want to promote biodiversity, we need to focus a lot. And this is a very relevant question also he put during his talk, that are we ready actually to, work upon it? So from my perspective, I think if we are talking about biodiversity, we have to we have to rethink actually about the entire tourism policy, about the entire tourism strategy, because now after the COVID, there are certainly so many changes in every country. It's not about just about the hygiene or about you can say about the hygiene factor, about the safety measurements, about the COVID guidelines, and beyond that also there are lots of factors. Like if you talk about the economy up and downs, there are not many factors which we need to take care before start working again. Actually, I'm taking it as an opportunity right now that COVID has given us a white canvas, which is absolutely empty, which is absolutely blank right now. And it is in our hands, in the hands of the academicians, researchers, the youngsters, and of course in the hands of the industry and in the hand of the ministry, that how they want to repaint the image of their country. So when we are talking about sustainable development and when we are connecting with biodiversity, the first thing which I would like to point out here, that we need to talk about that how we are promoting the locals. That is the first point which I really want to ponder upon. Are we really promoting the local farmers, the local products, the local, you can say, or we can say from farm to food? Are we have that, are we working on that supply chain in a proper way? This is the first thing which comes into my mind when we talk about the sustainable factor. Are we able to preserve, when we are talking about sustainable development, maximum of times we are connecting sustainability just with the environment, though the symposium is about biodiversity. But I want to go a little bit beyond this, because, okay, we all are discussing about the environment, about the nature, about the wildlife. But when we talk about sustainable development, sustainability is actually not only related with the environmental factors, it is beyond that. If you are talking about your culture, about your tradition, about your cuisine, about your gastronomy, this is all comes into it is a part of sustainability. And we have to think about each and every point, that we are sustaining with our religious beliefs, with our cuisine, with our tradition, cooking styles. So when we are talking about sustainable development of a country, specifically related with tourism, we need to talk about each and every point, not only just biodiversity or about the wildlife sanctuaries or about the nature or about the protection. Like in India, before pandemic, we faced a lot of problems of over tourism. And in fact, I have 2 books also on over tourism. And I'm really glad to share that I'm the first Indian to write upon over tourism. But now the situations are changed. Now we are actually not facing over tourism, we are facing under tourism, you can say. Not zero, but yet is under tourism now. So how to promote it? It is, COVID has given a new opportunity to all of us that we have to rethink in which way we can make the local people, the tourists and the other stakeholders more responsible. That how they are behaving, how they are maintaining the things, how they are, how they are reducing the wastage. This we need to think. We need to talk about the, preservation of the natural resources as well. At times there is a problem in, I'm just giving an example. In India, we have a very famous hill station named Shimla. And you will not believe that we have faced a problem that the localites, the local people, they started making the slogans that tourists, please go back. It is our home, not a tourist place for you, because they are facing lack of water. There is a scarcity of water over there because tourists are coming over there and they have, the jacuzzis and all, the swimming pools and all. So of course it is more, the consumption of water was like enhanced. And the local persons, they are lacking into the drinking water even. So this sort of things we need to check upon. The ministry should make a policy in which they have to, divide the resources in an equal way. So the persons who are rich, they are able to grab the natural resources also. But the persons who are not that wealthy, they are even short in the resources for their daily uses at times. So this sort of, imbalance we can see because of tourism. Definitely it is a negative point related to tourism, but again, it is in our hand how we are making it positive. So this is one more point from my side. Then we, of course, need to give respect. At times it is happening. Still the countries are facing that they are not getting, they themselves don't have that respect towards their own culture and cuisine and environment and religious beliefs. So we need to make some equal opportunities for everyone. Then only I think we will be able to make the sustainable factor in a very well way. In fact, if we will like to talk about the 17 SDGs, you talk about them, they are just not only focused on the land, on the life on the land or below the water. They're just not talking about, about the upliftment and growth or about the job opportunities and all. They are talking about each and every factor, whether it is related with the smart cities. It is also a part of sustainable development. So one more point which clicks in my mind, are we connecting the technology advancement tools in a better way to make a watch that how people are behaving at a certain tourist destination, and how are these we can say the taxi drivers or the cab drivers, because they are of course the stakeholders of the tourism industry. So can we put a check on them somehow by using the technology factors? Just putting the cameras on the roads will not work. That is for the safety. But keeping some cameras or keeping some, some technology advancement sort of things, or maybe giving some rewards or prizes to the tour operators or to the tour guides, or even to the local tourists for behaving in a very well way at the certain tourist destination, maybe it will make certain changes in a positive way in a country, or if we are connecting it with sustainable development. But yes, still we are lacking in technology advancements. If we are talking about sustainable development, we are not using the digital platform in a very well way to keep a watch or to make some rewards or to make even the punishments. This should be there. So every time in person, it is not possible to keep a watch on everything, that what is going on in country, where we are putting the garbage, how we are throwing the plastic bags, are we keeping it in bin or not. So there are so many factors, and I think technology advancement is very much required in any ways at every tourist destination. And we must have to train. Like in India, IITTM, they are giving trainings time to time to the taxi drivers, to the local people, to the persons who are selling the street food and all. So this sort of training should be there for these vendors, for the taxi drivers and all, because ultimately we are the educationists, and educationists can make certainly some changes by giving some training and by giving them some teaching, that in this way they can change the image of their country. So that's all for today, because I just got 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I think I have justified my talk. Thank you so very much for having me. And I would like to congratulate each and every person once again for organizing such a wonderful symposium. Thank you so very much. And I'm looking forward to meet you all in person as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. I think we had some good thoughts in that discussion and the presentation made now. I think it's time to go into the three presentations. Yeah. So let's start with the first one.
So the first presentation is themed Frogging, promoting frog watching as an ecotourism activity, evidence from star hotels in Sri Lanka, by Mr. H.P.R.I. Senaviratna from the Department of Economics, University of Colombo.
So they are masters of hopping. They are natural divers. They can climb almost in any surface. They can hidden inside a leaf. They are masters of camouflage. So they are none other than frogs. So my research is about frogs and frogging and frog watching. Okay, so we'll move into the presentation. Come on, I guess. All right. Okay. Right. So most of us, we all know about Sri Lanka is one of the biodiversity hotspot. So the earlier speakers, they talk about that. And in the same way, when you go into the frog diversity, so we are having rich frog diversity. And in the same way, the endemism, we're having 119 species in the country, and out of that, 103 species are endemic to the country. So, especially when we talk about in tourism aspect, so tourism is one of the main income generation for the country before 2019. So we talk about the 3 hits that we face. Due to that, we are having big issue. But anyway, we all know that we are having big potential with our natural resources and our human resources to promote this as a income generation for the country. And in the same way, when we do our research work about the frog watching, we got to know that in Costa Rica, they're doing this in a very, very successful manner to income generation, and in the same way, as a sustainable tourism practice, as a conservation to the frog diversity as well. In the background, so those are the 3 main things I want to emphasize. So we have a big potential due to the diversity of the frogs, and in the same way, we can promote that as a tourism promotion. So my main objectives are to identify the frog diversity of my study sites, and to understand the potential to promote frog watching as a unique tour in Sri Lanka, to access the guests' interest and comments about the frog watching, and to promote frog watching trails and the proposed frog watching trails at specific sites in different jetting hotels. So the methodology was, I have selected 5 hotels were in different bioclimatic zones in Sri Lanka. All these selected hotels are large-scale hotels having good guests at in that time. And I have conducted 2 surveys. The first survey done through online with the support of the resorts at Costa Rica, and the second survey was done with the guests who visited and each property at Jetwing hotels. So my conceptual framework, I want to emphasize that I have used 2 main things like sustainable tourism and the conservation. When we promote frog watching, so it is income generation, and in the same way, we have to conserve and protect the frog diversity to get the guests to do this tour. So we all know that there's 3 main pillars in sustainability. We call profit, planet, and people. Those, the economic aspect, so when you promote the frog watching, the locals can gain income. And in the same way, we have to protect the nature, we have to protect the frog diversity. Most of the frogs are critically endangered, and they are endangered, so we can protect that species. And in the same way, it's benefit for the society, for the people, income. And the conservation, we are using that natural resource to gain income, and in the same way we have to study on them to promote that tour, because we should know the information about frogs, to do guides and to give information for the guests, and in the same way we have to protect that species for the long run, for the sustainability of that work. So those 2 concepts I want to emphasize in that slide. So finally the findings and findings of the research work. The initial assessment was conducted by the internet as a screening assessment with 100 guests in Costa Rica resorts, and from that the guest nationalities covered 28 countries. They have done frog watching in other countries than Costa Rica, so like Bangladesh, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, Canada, Tasmania, Lithuania, Peru, Ecuador, Madagascar, South Africa, India, and Brazil. Those countries. In that, the survey got to know that, so that information they got mainly from the leaflets and the in-house promotions, other than the other promotions. So their awareness about frogs were not very well, like get average knowledge. So the other findings were, frog watchers are also interested in doing other kind of nature activities if possible, and like to visit as many different parts of the world as possible. And the frog watchers like to do their activities with their families and friends, and they do not want to do frog watching as a competition. You all know that most of the bird watching, the people, they want to count the birds, they go and counting, but this is like a family event with their family. They want to get the experience. They want to see more new species as well as rare endemic species in the frog watching tours. They like to share their knowledge around their communities. They do frog watching to get away from their routines. Most of them do it for enjoyment and to experience outdoor life. And almost every frog watchers who participated in first survey like to contribute for the conservation, and they would prefer to pay 20 to 30 US dollars for 1 hour frog watching tour. So those are the findings from the first survey. And then I have done an in-house guest assessment with those 5 selected hotels with 200 guests. So the guests covered from 24 countries. And so analyzing the second survey shows that the most of the guests, 62% in jetting premises, have that interest in frogs. They like frogs. And it clearly shows that the knowledge about the frogs are very poor, but they would like to do the tour. And finally, the conclusion part. The international frog watchers, travelers interested in visiting Sri Lanka to experience frog watching, 59% 3 in-house guests in jetting hotels show that they were interested to participate for the frog watching tours. Frog watching in an ecotourism activity contribute to frog conservation as well as livelihood generation. Ultimately, this sustainable project will create the path to protect natural habitat and provide more man-made habitat for the frogs. And finally, we have done some of the publications to spread our knowledge, our findings for the general public as well. Finally, the recommendation was, we all know that frogs have 2 lives, like they start their lives in the water, and in the same way then they come to the land. If we protect frogs, we can protect the land and water both. And finally, I want to thank eminent Professor Vidyajyoti Sarath Kotagama to supervising me, and in the same way to give this opportunity, Professor Suranga and the CSTDM team, I want to thank for them as well. Thank you.
Right, I think we'll take the discussions at the end. So we'll proceed with the next 2 papers and come.
Thank you very much, and my sincere apologies about the affiliation of the first author. He is a student of the first batch in the certificate program of Sustainable Tourism and Destination Management offered by the Department of Economics, University of Colombo. With that, we move on to the second presentation. It will be presented by Ms. A.S.C. Wilson from the Department of Wildlife Conservation, Sri Lanka, presenting to us on the potential of wild elephant-based ecotourism practices in and around the Maduroya National Park. Over to you, Ms.
Good morning. I am Chandani from Department of Wildlife Conservation. My study is on estimating the potential for wild elephant-based ecotourism practices in and around Maduroya National Park. when we go to the background, actually, the island population of elephant is about 6,000, and more than 13% of total land area is covered by the Department of Wildlife Conservation as protected areas. So, but more than 50% of elephants, wild elephants, are outside the protected areas. And most of elephants live occupied in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Almost all the whole island, except mostly dry zone, but except on Colombo, Galle, Kagal and Gampaha districts. Other districts occupied by with wild elephants. So there is no integrated elephant management system practices being carried out in Sri Lanka, other than restoring water bodies, habitat enrichment activities inside national protected areas, and erecting electric fence covered with crop farms, cover with villages, and cover some protected area, parts of the protected areas. When we consider the eastern wildlife region, where my study area is located, the Polonnaruwa, Trincomalee and Ampara district covered with the Madruwe National Park, and there is a high
Serve the biodiversity, presented by Miss DBPS Chandrasiri from the Department of Sociology, University of Colombo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pulini Chandrasiri, Temporary Assistant Lecturer, Department of Sociology, University of Colombo. So, the title of the presentation is Negative Impacts of River-Based Tourism Development on Biodiversity and Strategies to Conserve the Biodiversity. This is the content of my presentation. So let me first talk about the background of study. The vast variety of life on Earth is referred to as biodiversity, including plants, microorganisms, animals, peoples is referred as a biodiversity. The tourism sector can support environmental conservation and protect the biodiversity through direct financial support. Improve environment planning and management, tourism infrastructure can boost the benefits of natural areas and manage sustainability. The tourism expansion and rising consumption has put more pressure on already scarce natural resources. Sewage pollution is a side effect of building new hotels, entertainment centers, and other facilities. According to the current study, it investigates the problem in river-based tourism developed on biodiversity. Through these pictures, you can get an understanding about biodiversity. Next, if I pay attention to the objectives in the study, so two objectives can be identified here. First one is to investigate the negative impact on the biodiversity due to the tourism development, and second one is to identify the strategies for reduce negative impact on the biodiversity due to the tourism development. If I discuss the methodology of this presentation, a qualitative method was used in this study. We used several sources for utilization in the study, especially in order to explore more about negative impacts of the river-based tourism development on biodiversity, we gathered data from a variety of sources, including local government publication, online magazines, books, newspapers, and tourism journal article, and we used to gather our data collection methodology. And next, the conceptual framework related to the study is mentioned here. And next, I will pause the finding related to the study. If attention goes to their research finding based on first objective of the research, it is to investigate the negative impacts on the biodiversity due to the tourism development. The development of surface organism negatively influenced by the environment close to the vertebrates such as aquatic organism, which finally exhausts the resource availability scarce resources. As an example, wildlife habitat destructions, overuse of natural resources, visitor traffic on sensitive ecosystem, destroyed the wetland due to the infrastructure development and utilization of natural resources for the construction of new tourist lodging and facilities, lodges and facilities. And as example for negative impact of the biodiversity, these pictures will explain more about the negative impact. Another objective is to identify the strategies for reduce negative impact on the biodiversity due to the tourism development. By providing direct financial support, the tourism sector can help to environmental perspectivation. As an example, park entrance fees and other compatible revenue statement can be used to maintain and protection of ecological sensitive zones. And other thing is improve environmental planning and management tourism infrastructure, especially hotels can increase the benefits and natural areas manage sustainability. It was served to raise public awareness of the need to take action to halt biodiversity loss while also providing guidance and advice for effective. Establish tourism related conservation start and encourage tourists to voluntary donation to conservation organized in regions that the travelers. So these can be received as the findings of the research. And next, I pause on conclusion. The negative effect of tourism become more apparent. So the environment and host communities are under pressures to manage the constantly increasing tourism flows. Some of the environmental conservation of tourism, including erosion and changes in landscape, as well as flora and fauna, waste disposal issues, litter and water related issues as contamination, lack of drink water. Environmental pollution has an impact on tourism, and tourism in turn contributes the pollution. According to the researchers try to migrate negative environmental impact of river-based tourism. And finally, I would like to pay attention to recommendation of this study. Tourism can directly contribute the convenience of sensitive areas and habitat. As an example, park entrance fees and etc. And next one is environmental management and planning have been improved. Environmentally, second, management of tourism facilities. Hotels can increase the benefits to natural areas. These are the findings of this presentation. Today my presentation is over. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer them at the end of the session. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, all three speakers. I think we will now start. Yeah, we have 15 minutes for any questions and queries that you need. First, I will open it up to the panel if they do have anything to ask, and then we can open up with the house if you all have anything to query or comment.
My first question actually to the presenter on amphibians. Can I say? Yeah, okay. One question and one suggestion. The first one was like, now during your study, were there any actual visits to the field? Or was it just a questionnaire survey? You said that you did some groundwork.
Madam, I have included only the tourism aspect in that paper, but I have done the species diversity studies with all those 5 properties. What are the species that we can find in those properties?
I mean, not your identification, but with the tourists, were there any trial visits to the field?
Yeah.
So do you give any instructions prior to going to the field, like, because amphibians are sensitive creatures?
Yeah.
So are there any instructions?
Yeah, the code of that we have made a small nature tour booklet, and that booklet we have included what are the steps that they have to follow before we are starting the tour. Okay. And in the same way we are using the red lights. We all know that they are nocturnal. We have to do the tour at night time, and so we use the red lights, and we are not allowing to take the photos with the flash.
Touching?
Touching not allowed. Not allowed to do that. Okay. So we should, in our angle, we thought that we have to know about the species to protect. Okay. So if it doesn't know about the species, we cannot protect. So we thought about that, and we were giving a lot of awareness for the guests while they are doing the tour.
Okay, thank you. And one last suggestion, because now that these people are interested in amphibian tourism, this could be used as a good tool to do some reforestation and rehabilitation work. Because if you want to see frogs, you want to take your people, might as well spend some money to do some restoration work in the surrounding area. So it could be a good tool, good work.
Got it. Thank you.
One question to the lady who presented last. Yeah. So about the construction work, in that the riverine construction, were there environmental sort of permission granting or clearance process that you observed?
Ma'am, there is we can identify the problem from the construction when tourist operators and some organizers always trying to build up their constructions on the river bank, but construction is prohibited to the built in near to the river bank, but people do that. It's not government doesn't give them to the permission, but they do.
So it's illegal. Under certain conditions, you can get permission with
yes.
a proper environmental clearance in certain areas. But that's why I said, like, whether you observe, but what, like you said.
This is kind of debt research,
right.
and this basically do it with literature review, and
okay,
that's
right.
the.
Thank you. That's all.
The first one, the first presenter. Now, so where were the sites that you were taking information about the amphibian and their distribution? Where were the sites?
The sites, we started that in Norelia, and then Vellavaya, Yala and Gaul, those properties.
So you are doing this frogging work in and around your tourism destinations, or just outside the,
No.
the normal areas?
In the properties, we have created man-made wetlands at the property. So that's how it's long-termly created the wetlands, but we have promoted this tour after that. As example, in 2002, we made a wetland in Jetwing, St. Andrews. So I started my tour in 2011.
So your research, your field work is in and around Jetwing hotel network?
Yes.
So what about the dry zone areas?
Dry zone, Yala, that's also in the property.
Yeah.
In
So
Jetwing,
your observation confined to your property only?
only
So
property.
there are so many other areas that can be utilized for fogging.
Correct.
So you didn't take those things into account?
So to this research, I haven't, but we can promote that within the farmers, farming lands and the things. So the same species we can find in those. As example, if I get Norelia, the farmland, small farmers. So some of them are not doing that the commercially for the day-to-day work. So we can promote that tours with them. So they can generate some income. They have the same species, and in the same way, they are moving into chemical, because they are using chemical fertilizer. So if we can give awareness for them, they can earn money from this type of tourism. They know that then generally, directly, that chemical fertilizer effect for the frogs, they will stop that and they will do that type of tour. So we identify the areas that we can promote in their lands, but the data collection we haven't done yet.
So you mainly did your field work within the premises?
Within the premises.
But there are so many opportunities just outside
Yeah.
the surrounding areas, and sometimes people are talking on night safari and all.
Yeah.
So you can go for a frog safari as well.
Correct, sir.
So
Correct.
those things are paramount of importance.
Correct.
So my second question is to, not to you, the Madhurya lady.
Yes, sir.
So now you have been working on elephant in and around Madhuraya. So what about the consent of the people in certain villages to get into this business of ecotourism? Or elephants, what anything that you were talking?
Yes, actually, during my survey, I asked the opportunity if they have already the Madhuri National Park is open for visitors and people like, because only Maha season they can farm their lands, but the dry season, then yellow season they can't do. So they like to engage with tourism, sir, because now also they said that from tree huts they can see lot of elephants gathering, and they like the most of them are very poor. They actually economically they can get some money for the tourism, so they will to engage.
What about now Madhuraya is having so many entrance. One is from the Eneradamulla, right? People are living there. The other one is Senanikal, where you give the tribal people who are, I don't want to use that name. So some of the original people who are living in Madhuraya and in Kalagama. So the other people who are in Dabana. When you go to Mahavaya, so there is an entry point from there through the park. That road is bisecting the Madhur National Park. So these are the more potential areas, the villages at different entrance, right? So did you discuss with them about their contributions and their, income generation activities and the human-elephant conflict, so that they can earn an income out of this particular process?
Yes, from Madhurai main entrance, that is very less. Most of people not engage with tourism, willing to engage. But at Henanigal entrance and Galkad entrance, the people like to engage with tourism. Because as I said during my presentations, a lot of indigenous people are close by Henanigal and Galkad entrances. So those people engage slightly with in tourism in their culturals. There is a cultural center at Henanigal, but they like to do. They like to do with tourism, because especially for indigenous people, they never like to engage with farming. Only they cultivate for their own. So mostly the indigenous people like to engage with tourism. Thank you, sir.
Okay. My third one, the river basin, something. Who did the river basin?
Yes,
Yes.
sir, we are.
We.
I'm also one of the co-author.
So what are the river basin you tackle? I didn't get the title for, sorry. What was the title?
Negative impacts of the river-based tourism to the biodiversity.
What are the sample areas you took in Sri Lanka?
Sir,
River basins?
we did our research with the literature review. It's a kind of depth analysis.
Okay, but are there any special river basin you consider?
Yes, we can found some main points from the negative impacts from the
Oh,
river-based
which river
tourism.
basin? Are there any river basin you can name?
Sorry,
So your title was on?
negative impacts of the river-based tourism to the biodiversity.
So are there any river-based tourism that is being operated in Sri Lanka? Are you talking about the Sri Lanka or some other country?
No. We are talking about the Sri Lanka.
So are there any areas? Where area that
No.
other river base river basin එක පාවිච්චි කරලා tourism කරන එක impact එක එහෙම? Location
We
එක?
did no. We didn't get the location. We did it with the literature review, sir.
What I understand is that you all didn't look at any location. Is that correct?
We have read some problems from the Mahavara River related things.
Yeah, so
This is
that's
what I
what he's
was
asking. What
This
are
is
the
what I was
locations?
Right. Yeah.
So Madhuganga river
Yes.
basin, Kalani Ganga, whatever, the Kala way
Yeah.
upstreams.
We have studied about those things, but research
But you should have mentioned
goes
all those
with
things
the
as the case.
literature
That is-
review.
Yeah, but anyway, literature says you can take
Yeah.
those things and cite them,
Yeah.
those areas as example. Kalaya Gange Wadi site from the
Yes.
Mahavali, or Madhuganga, whatever, there are so many areas, right? So cite those areas so that they will beautify your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the house? If there are any. Yes, there's one lady. Can somebody give the mic to her, please? Mic එකක් දෙන්න ඕනේ අතන.
My question is to the first presenter about the frogs. The perception about the frogs are not favorable in people. Sometimes we sort of piggish about the touching the frog or seeing the frog sometimes. So how do you change the mindset of the people to promote this product? That's my question. Are there any special strategies which you all be adapting, or is it how do you change the mindset?
Yeah, so the promotion was done for the foreigners especially. So most of the foreigners, because I haven't they because as example when the tour doing by the Japanese guests, so they believe that the frogs bring luck for them, right? And if you do this for the French guests, it's different, right? They don't feel any bad about that. But some of the and in the same way, most of the foreigners like to do that tour because the kids are really like. But I think for the Sri Lankan cultures, some of them are feeling like that. So we all know that because as the people who works in the wildlife, we know that the frogs, when we compare with us, the frogs doesn't have any sort of like any type of we cannot touch them because we have some of the microorganism can go to them. That's what. But if not, we don't need to fear of them or have any doubt of them because they are also like us, right? We all are sharing one earth, so we all have the same rights to live as well. So to me, I haven't faced any type of any difficulties with the guests when we promoting that. And in the same way, the Sri Lankans also really like to that. Some are having a bit negative thinking. Yeah, that's it, I think. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I should thank all three speakers for what they have presented to us. Some of them are very elementary, some are of course in depth, that's fine. But as things to start with, I think there's a lot that each of them can take forward. So I hope that you will continue because if not, this becomes a full stop and that is not what we need. What we try to do through a conference like this and do is to incite and help you all to go forward. So any criticism that was raised or queried should be taken as a positive direction to enhance your quality. There's a lot, especially in the river-based impact thing, there's a lot that you can do because we have a lot of problems which have always gone without being looked at. We have fancy ecotourism facilities right on the river, but that does not mean that it is wrong. It can be done. If you go to Kerala, you know how the boats are plying on the river, and yet they do a fantastic product. So it's really how you put things together and do it within the limits of the system. So unless we delve and go into the details, we don't really potentially recognize the issues. It's easy to say that there is a problem, but it is much difficult to say how to manage it. So I think that's where the interest should lie and go forward. So thank you very much, all three speakers and the party for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kotagama. I now cordially invite the chairperson of the session, Professor Kotagama, to give out the certificates to the presenters, please. First presenter, Mr. H.P.R.I. Senaviratna. Next we have Miss A.S.C. Wilson. And finally, Miss D.B.P.S. Chandrasiri. Thank you very much, sir. I now cordially invite Mrs. Padma Apekon, the Biodiversity Secretariat of the Ministry of Environment, and Professor Mubarak Khaldeen, the conference chair of the International Research Symposium, to give out the tokens of appreciation to our panelists. Right. Professor, yeah, Dr. Inoka Kudavidanage and Dr. Kalinga Padmalal. Thank you very much. With that, we conclude track 1, theme Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism. We warmly invite you all to join us for lunch, and we meet again at 1:30 p.m. Once again, a big thank you to all of you for joining the International Research Symposium on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism 2022, track 1. Have a good day.
Check. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break, now we're all set to start off the proceedings of the session 3, or the technical session 2 of this International Research Symposium 2022. Now, before starting off the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, let us now enjoy an aesthetic event from our organizers.
After a vibrant performance, now we are going to move to the second technical session of the day. This session is based on rethinking tourism, policies and strategies for sustainable tourism development. To start the session, I would like to invite panel chair, Professor D.A.C. Suranga Silva, Symposium Chair, University of Colombo, Professor M.S. M. Aslam, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka, Dr. Sandeep Kulshestra, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management. He will be joining with us today virtually. And Professor Venkat Rao, Pondicherry University, India, and he also will be joining with us today virtually. I would like to invite all the panelists to the stage. Also, I would like to invite Professor Chandan Aludge, Head Department of Economics, University of Colombo. Professor Suranga, the panel chair of the session, I would like to invite you to take over and proceed with the session now.
Very good afternoon. After having lunch, we feel some gandab stage, but we hope that this discussion will create a very thought-provoking and insightful discussions. I would like to welcome our panelists, Professor Chandan Aludge, Head of the Department of Economics, and Professor Aslam, most popular professor in tourism from Sabaragamu University. So without taking much time, I would like to hand over Head of the Department, Professor Chandan Aludge. So you would like to comment on the theme that is rethinking tourism. It is time for us to rethink how to redesign and refocus our tourism for sustainable tourism development. So what is your objective, what is your vision as being a prominent economics? How we can rethink and redesign our tourism to ensure that Sri Lanka is going to be a very important destination in the global pinnacle.
Thank you, Chair. It's my privilege to be among this distinguished gathering. In fact, during lunchtime, actually, I was talking to one of your colleagues, our colleagues, Sampath, and we were actually discussing the same thing. And now, until recently, tourism in Sri Lanka was functioning, I would say, well. The revenue generated from the tourism activities was on the rise. And after 2019, we are facing different types of problems, one after the other. So when you taken the recent economic, social and cultural settings in Sri Lanka, so I could say that there are certain elements beyond the tourism industry's concern that you need to pressurize the relevant stakeholders in order to have a environment that would facilitate tourism growth. Now, there had been problems, but tourism industry was capable of generating revenue, although when we internationally compared the Sri Lankan situation with, let's say, neighboring countries like Maldives and even Bangladesh, India, and countries like Singapore, we have seen that Sri Lanka is performing lower than the average, I would say, even though we were saying we can highlight that period, it's good tourism industry that we had. But after 2019, there had been several incidences, starting from PASCO bomb incidents in April 2019, and then the international health pandemic, and then our own economic crisis. Why I said our own economic crisis? Because of bad economic management. It is true that there had been worldwide recession, but most of the issues that we were facing today are, I think, domestically generated or created due to unforeseen, due to lack of visionary, due to lack the policymakers or whoever who was taking decision couldn't see the next 6 months what is likely to happen. So then I think the tourism industry in that sense should pressurize the governments and the associated agencies that tourism industry to flourish, first of all we need a better performing economy. And it is beyond your reach, but industry should lobby that this is the current income generation and this is where we can go. For that, the economy needs these type of changes, these type of policies, and we need fearless decision making process in order to have a sustainable tourism industry for Sri Lanka. I think as a layman, because I'm not a specialist in tourism industry, I'm trying to be an economist. Still I'm studying every day new things we encounter, so then we are trying our best to understand and then to think how these things would fit into our economy and how these new things actually we can utilize in order to have better policy making and even understanding what is happening around us. So then those who are in the industry, I think you know what are the good points and what are the negative points. All those variables actually you can control, like inviting investors and other facilities for the hotel industry. But if you don't have a proper economy, now we are witnessing, without good economy, nothing can be successful. Now it is actually very much evident when we compare our country with, actually comparison is not very fair because a country like Maldives, they don't have anything other than a few beaches, but we have, in comparison, we have everything. Still, tourists are going there than coming to Colombo or Sri Lanka in general. So then why, when we think about why tourists are not visiting Sri Lanka, why tourism related investments is not coming to Sri Lanka? So then we have a big black box that we need to open it out and see what are these hidden variables, treasures in this black box. I think that is your challenge for a sustainable tourism development. However much we actually toil with the known factors, I think these unknown factors, these factors that that are beyond your reach, I think you have to reach them and pressurize the necessary stakeholders. Okay, enough is enough. Now, please pay attention to these things. And these are the things that we want. And tourism industry is capable of this much. Let's say, I think sky is the limit. Now, when you compare Sri Lanka with Singapore, Singapore is generating about maybe $8 to $10 billion a year through tourism, whereas we may be 3 to 4 billion before 2019. Now it has come down to even less than 1 million US dollars. So then Singapore doesn't have anything. It's a monotonous terrain, actually. They have artificially created even waterfalls, small mountains, gardens, all those things are artificially created. But in Sri Lanka, it's natural habitat, naturally given to us. The nature given a lot of gifts to Sri Lanka, but yet we are struggling. So then there are many important things that all of us have to identify correctly and to say, okay, this is how we want it to be. So I think that's enough, probably, as a layman.
No, it's actually sufficient enough. Actually, you have done a very good elaboration with your best knowledge of economics. Economics is the most important. What you said, economy is the most important. But you have said that the black box. So I hope that Professor Tourism will tell us what is this black box, and we can remove this black box.
Thank you very much, Professor Suranga. I think it's a great pleasure for me to join him at least once a year as my very closest colleague and almost like my brother, right? And I never miss this chance when he invites me with whatever the difficulties. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Of course, I think, Professor Chandra, you started, although you said you lemon, I think I found something very critical doors you have opened for me to continue the discussion. What is this black box? From recent past, in all my session, speech, discussion, I use one statement in Sinhala. Here also I use that statement in Sinhala because that is the ideal way of presenting that meaning. Nidana uda hitagena hinga kanna jatiyak wenda avashyayida. Because this country is marvelously blessed with any type of resource except Snowy Mountain. So that much we are so blessed. You touch the earth, you touch the sky, you touch everything, it's resource. But only thing, as exactly you said, we people do not know how to capitalize them sustainably. Today that is the theme what you all have brought. I think this is one of the theme, the right time you have brought forward. But why I say this, now everywhere we take about rethinking tourism, rebuilding nations, how can we do that? Would it be possible for a university or academics or a ministry to do this? It is impossible. Authority or academics or some other research institution or funding agencies cannot do this. Because this is not within our hands unless we go to the grassroots stakeholders. Those who are taking part in this tourism value chain particularly, we call the micro-level value creators, like guides, travel agencies, hoteliers, various entrepreneurs, right? But in Sri Lanka, with my last couple of years studies with biodiversity, sustainability, culture and all, I found very key important dilemma in our system which do not allow us to move forward with this biodiversity and things. Usually, my good friend, Professor Inaka is here. She's one of the veteran in the biodiversity, right? So what I say is, usually biodiversity, if you don't know how to sustainably capitalize, it is somewhat like an unused library or unread book. If we are unable to capitalize sustainably, because we can't just retain the biodiversity forever without having a comfortable livelihood and the lives of the nation. So the resources are there for us to capitalize and have a sustainable livelihood. Unfortunately, in Sri Lanka, the sustainable capitalization is missing. As exactly you said, the problem is inefficiency or a lack of awareness, knowledge, and the poor administrations and the poor scientific approach. These are the issues. Considering all these aspects, what I found 5 major facts. One is usually blind leading the blind. In Sri Lanka, this is very sad to see. From tsunami, we have got trillions of donations. And we have initiated huge number of projects, north, south, east, in everywhere. All these projects had a directly or indirectly linked with the biodiversity and the sustainability. But still, the very sad part is we are unable to reach at least 0.1%. This is a very pathetic situation. Why is that? Usually, most of the time, we may be academics from the different field, but we are not aware of biodiversity or sustainability, but we try to lead the society. Even that's a fault with me too. So this is one of the serious issues in Sri Lanka, the blind leading the blind. Because our laymen, our community do not know anything. They can be misled any moment. So if you can visit any corner of Sri Lanka, maybe the beach or maybe Knuckles or Houghton Plains, Nuwara, anywhere, what has happened, it is, irreversible damage. So this is one reason. The other one is, the most important factor is the communication towards the people and social transformation. No point of having conference, no point of having number of journals, unless we plant this knowledge on the society. We need the social transformation. To ensure the social transformations, we need people to be aware, and people should be informed about the laws and order and acts and bills. And there are so many acts, so many laws, so many bills, legislative enactments, but our people do not know. The third factor is policy should come before the development. Usually in Sri Lanka, policy come after the development. Very sad to see. This is the situation in Unavatuna, this is the situation in Kalpitiya, this is the situation in Arugambe, this is the situation in Nilaveli. Everywhere, we take the policy and go there after the development. So we are very late. Then we will be having community conflict, dispute, so many issues. The other factor is, usually we consider only the diurnal biodiversity or diurnal ecosystem. We never think about the nocturnal ecosystem or a nocturnal biodiversity. What I mean, daytime biodiversity we can consider, we see, talk, so many things. What about the nighttime biodiversity? According to my view, according to my studies, we harm the nature and biodiversity in the night than the day. Poaching, illegal activities, illegal fishing, so many things happen in the night, so we harm endlessly biodiversity, adding with the artificial lighting everywhere. So this is a concept we talk about, the dark sky tourism now. Because the night also one of the most prominent resource for us to capitalize, and not with the light. We should capitalize as dark. So we change the biological clock, we change the circadian of the day system, and this is harming a lot to the nation, and especially the global environment. This is always forgotten. Other aspects is most important one is how much we are thinking on symbiotic approach. Although we are one of the island, we are living in island, within the island we have large amount of thousands of islands within the islands. Because our institutions are working only on their silos and their frame. They never think about the rest of the institution, rest of the stakeholders. So we need a symbiosis in the development process. And all the institutions should understand the need of other institutions, other sectors, other people, and we should make sure morally obliged mutual benefits through the symbiosis in the development. So these are the 5 key reasons, whichever I have found in Sri Lanka to failure in capitalizing the resources, ensure while sustaining the resources, while ensuring the sustainability. The last week I presented one of my paper to a research project to EU, where we, myself and Professor Sevandi did that project, right, in Kalpiti and the Wilpattu influence zone. But where we found very important factor, very simple example for the failure in symbiosis approach. Fishery departments always think we have to catch as much as possible fish and sell. But we don't think the 5 years, how much of fishery resource going to retain in Sri Lanka. Because in my study I saw, we kill even small fish which can grow 20 kilos, 25 kilos within another 5 years' time, without realizing the valuable resource which we are going to have the future. So fishery department always say, catch as much as possible fish and sell it at a cheap rate. No, the country's resources are not like that. So every organization should think about their commitment with the symbiosis. That could be the forest department, that could be the wildlife department, especially the universities, because most of the time we have to take over the blames as supreme institution in Sri Lanka, all the university academics. Especially, I had to take my responsibility, myself, next to my friends from Suranga, because we are responsible if something goes wrong in the country, as responsible academics in the country. So I think to rethink the tourism or rebuild the nation, we have to consider these 5 facts very important. Thank you very much. I think.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Aslam. In a nutshell, what you said is very important. We have great potentials. The bad thing is we are keeping the potential as a potential forever without using it. So we have another very important invited professor from India. Professor Sandeep Kolestra is going to do a presentation. Thank you very much, Professor. We are looking forward to see a very valuable and insightful presentation.
Ayubovan to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, audible, yes.
So thank you very much, Professor Surange. Before I start the discussion, let me congratulate the Professor Surange De Silva and his team for this international conference on a very meaningful theme. And the speakers, those have just discussed the important aspect. Initially, the gentlemen have discussed about the economic stability, which is very important for the tourism development. And Professor Aslam has referred about the poor administration and other aspect, and of course the policy and implementation, they both are interrelated. Of course, we all the people from Asia, we are looking towards Sri Lanka. I know that Sri Lanka, who has recovered even after 3 decades of continuous insurgency. So I wish to request, and I would like to request all the tourism professionals from Sri Lanka, be positive, the future lies with you. Only thing is that we have to cope up, we have to understand the mindset of the people, the changing preferences of the tourist, domestic as well as international. We can't call it as a post-COVID tourism era, but we have to realize that when we talk about the tourism, people are adding, even the domestic and international, they wish to add the happiness index also, which become very, very important. Another aspect which I wish to discuss, you cannot have a same model for the Gale or Anuradhapuram or near to the place which is called where the Sita temple is there. So dear friends, definitely Sri Lanka also require different business models, different sustainable tourism development models for the different locations, especially area-wise. So let me start the discussion. In fact, since I am from India, and I'm so lucky, I had been number of times to Sri Lanka and interacted with so many academic experts as well as practitioners. So I just wish to share the importance of the rural tourism, especially related to the sustainable tourism, because in rural tourism, when we talk about this sustainability aspect, because Sri Lanka, when we talk about the flora, fauna, and the landscaping, we realize that there is a lot to do at the grassroots level. As professor has rightly mentioned, the tourism stakeholders training is required. Another thing which I wish to tell you, because we are the neighbor country, we are the brothers, this is the very important time for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka can tap number of international tourists, because the presidency of the G20 has come to India. And in 2022 and 23, there will be a large chunk of the people from across the globe would visit India. And if you can catch hold, of course, you do not have the desert, you do not have the snow. But most important is that you have everything. And the most important one, which I personally feel, is the community and the locals and the citizens of Sri Lanka. So dear friends, I just wish to start my presentation. This is on impact and substance of rural tourism. And I wish to share one important live project which we have carried out on behalf of Ministry of Tourism, that is on Pragpur. Of course, when we talk about the sustainable tourism and rural tourism, I don't want to involve in the concept, but when we talk about the sustainable tourism, this is something which is concerned with the needs of the present. Whereas when we talk about the community involvement and when we talk about the rural tourism, that's true that we cannot overlook the needs of the future also. Dear friends, can we go for the next slide, please? Yes. When we talk about this sustainable tourism development, even in Sri Lanka, when we talk about the rethinking tourism, we cannot overlook the community involvement. And when we just talk about the community domestic tourism in Sri Lanka, the community has a changing, their needs, they have the changing preferences. Urban and rural planning is required very badly, because whatever we had in Sri Lanka, I'm so sorry, there is a lack of geopolitical will. And if you are just blindly going for a particular nation or particular development model, I'm so sorry, the Congo is one of the important example, as well as Pakistan, where there are certain problems have been witnessed. And Sri Lanka also might be facing these problems. So I wish to tell you that you cannot blindly follow the China model. There is a need to have the country specific, and rightly said, you cannot go blindly for the Maldives or Bangladesh or even India. So dear friends, when we talk about India also have the same problem, because we have this business model. Here, the most important thing which I wish to mention categorically, I have written about this waste management, which is nicely managed by Sri Lanka. But when we talk about this, our rural tourism development, we realize that tourist movement management, food steps, France has recently taken a decision that they will stop down the flights, those are taking more than 2.5 hours by train. So just carbon emission can be avoided. So Indian government has taken some effort, which I don't want to discuss right now. Can we come to the next, please? Yes, when we talk about this rural sites, rural life, art, culture, and heritage, we cannot overlook the local community. And of course, the economically, if they will be taken care, and socially, when we talk about the social aspect, I have studied this village, and where I realized that there is a close interaction with the host and tourist. It is not only the travel agent is taking them to the rural site. Can I come to the next, please? Yes, dear friends, when we talk about this rural tourism, there are different definitions have been given by the different experts. And when we talk about the most important part of the rural tourism, it is the local authorities, it is the local community which dominate the tourism, and that is the crux of the rural tourism. May I go to the next, please? Yes, dear friends, when we talk about why the rural tourism is coming up across the globe, people wishes to visit because they are now become aware, and people have the growing interest in heritage and culture. And most importantly is during the corona period, people don't want to go to the urban side, they don't want to go to the crowded area, so they are very cautious, and we have to rethink about this important aspect. Yes, it is the rural tourism which can give the strength, which can give the prosperity to the local community, which can give the prosperity to the local people, which can give the prosperity to the society, and obviously it can give the prosperity to the country also. I just taken a Pragpur village, which is, in Himachal. There is a province called Himachal in India, and this village is very much known for the money lenders, the community which is there in Pragpur village. Next, please. So, if you just go visit this village, you will find that there are certain buildings, those have the medieval ambience. And it was in 1997, Government of India has notified this village as a heritage village. And this is the beauty of this rural side or the village. Dear friends, we set certain objectives, and where we have realized that why can't we just study about the socio-cultural economic aspect, as well as we have studied about the self-sustainability of the selected villages. That has been, the local community has the different perceptions. So with these objectives, can I go for the next, please? Yes. So what we did, we made a study, and we visited the area. We had the meeting with the locals, as well as we have gone also to the, we did some interview, and then with the locals. And this is a cycle through which I tried to given the research methodology aspect for this matter. Can we go for it, please? The important study question, the gap was that how rural tourism can lead to the sustainable development in the local areas. This was the most important study question, and we have carried out. Can we go to the next, please? We have developed the questionnaire and schedule, and our sample size was 110. It was basically a convenience sampling, and it was through the local community. The most important aspect before the study, we did the focus group discussion, and there we have tried to interact with the local community, the opinion leaders, and that has given the U-turn to our study, so that we got some authentic data and information. Can we go to the next, please? Yes, this is what the detail of the respondents, different age group, different demographic aspects. Please carry on the next, please. Yes, these are the different aspects, and these are the variables. Though it's a statistical part, so I just, we are just moving ahead. There are different parts which can be discussed later on. These were the environmental. So outcome, when we talk about the study outcome, what we realize that the local community, mindset has changed considerably with the rural tourism destination venture. Local people have developed themselves into the entrepreneurs. That's very important. And, we have, they learned the soft skill aspect also, and they have efficiently utilized the existing natural resources. That is very important. And rural and agri-tourism has been developed in that self-esteem of the farmers. Next, please. See, I took some pictures. I and one of my fellow friend, who is now Vice Chancellor, Professor Bansal, we did this the community become aware, and they were doing their cleanliness and sweeping and mopping. They have developed the, fish feeding, and the local residents, they have developed the community pond and tree protection tree. They are saying that they are praying as per their religion. they consider that we should not cut any tree. So these are the 4 photographs. Those have given me the mesmerizing experience. Next, please. The public toilet, even in the villages, have been developed by the people, and they called it's a public platform they have made near to the tree planting area, where the people from the local community, they come into the evening and they discuss. A very unique feature. This is my wife and my friend's wife. They all were there, and they have developed the beautiful, beauty parlors also for the outside. Time to time with the rural tourism people, we had some meetings with them. But the problem is, when we talk about the new development, the concrete construction and the towers for the mobile, that has created a lot of problem for the locals. Of course, initially they were happy, and that was a threat to the heritage appeal. Next, please. So, dear friends, it is the poor conservation, deterioration of old building, all these things are very tough and very difficult, and the negative aspects. Can you hurriedly go for the next, because the time is, yes. Next slide, please. So the attention is required from the local people, the culture, revitalization, and the social contract. All other aspects are required. So I'm so sorry, because of time limit. I just try to discuss the important aspect of the rural and sustainable tourism. The most important thing, which personally I feel, the geopolitical will is required. India has witnessed that in the last 4 or 5 years, there is a tremendous changes in the political will. And I'm sure in near future, Sri Lankan tourism would also come up. With all these words, I just wish to say Istuti to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sandeep. You have been always with us all the time. Your contribution is so remarkable. And now I would like to invite one more professor from India, Professor Venkat Rao. Yes, Professor Venkat Rao, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Serenga. Am I audible to you? My voice, are you getting my voice?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I move on. Vanakkam and namaskar, all audience, and then especially the panel members, Professor Suranga Silva, panel chair, and Professor Chandan Atulge, head of the Department of Economics, University of Colombo, and Professor MSM Aslam, and who is a very good friend of all of us, and my co-panel from India, panel member Professor Sandeep Kulasrestha. And I would like to mention 2 more names in my presentation. Very active and vibrant organizers, Mr. Sampath and then Ms. Pratibhani. So first of all, I am very much thankful to the organizers, especially Professor Suranga, for extending invitation to join in this international research conference, which has been organized for the last several years. And as and when the conference is proposed, and Suranga always remembers the professors from India, myself, and then Professor Sandeep and Professor Anukrati Sharma and then others. And that shows that how we are closely intimated to each other as a neighbors. So we have a concern towards to take care of each other whenever we are in need. So we have been following the trends that are happening for last 2 years, especially in both the countries, Sri Lanka as well as India, and keeping in mind the present situation that is there in both the countries as far as tourism is concerned. So I just looked at the topic that was given to for this session, rethink and redesign sustainable tourism. From this context, I just look at two aspects, rethinking and redesign. So when we see the rethinking, of course, we have been talking for last couple of months because of WTO, the theme that was given as a part of celebrating World Tourism Day. So why this rethinking at this point of time? So we are all aware the pandemic that has brought several changes in our society, especially the sector like tourism and hospitality. It has become a kind of up and down, and it is almost all became a kind of a ground level affair. And then in the last the couple of the months again, we are just looking at a kind of revival and then reorienting and restarting. And then we are looking at the new normality after almost all 2 years of the COVID-19, the pandemic impact on our industry. So when we see that this impact and relating with the sustainable the development. So the before COVID and after COVID, if you look at the destinations, so destinations are not same. So this 20 months because of the COVID-19, the destination has got completely changed as far as their attractions are concerned, and that is one aspect. The second dimension is when you see the change in the tourist behavior and the tourist expectations, that is not the same as we see the before and after COVID-19. So keeping in mind these two changes, because you see that from sustainable point of view, destinations are not supposed to be the same, and we need to look at this as an opportunity to redesign the destinations. And again, at the same time, when we are going to handle the tourist after COVID-19, because of change of the behavior of the tourist, we have to rethink how we are going to understand the tourist requirements. So from this point of view, I'm just looking at the destinations and redesign and rethinking. When we see the destinations from the sustainable tourism point of view, we need to look at destinations for redesigning, because we have to just reorient and develop the destinations attractions, keeping in mind the sustainability as well as the expectations of the tourist. So two things we need to ensure when we are redesigning destinations. So rethinking happens because, so when we look at the tourist expectations, so we have to focus on destinations core competencies and what exactly the competencies of each and every destinations. And when we just focus on the destination, because we have been developing the destination sometimes by ignoring the actual the core attractions, the core competencies of the destinations. So we need to just come out from that kind of duplicating the destinations. Otherwise, what happens? We are not going to increase the number of the tourists, as well as we are not going to spread the tourists across the destinations. So always we see the few destinations are the crowded, and we will find always the overcrowd and then sustainability problem. So now in the redesigning, so we can just look at the destinations, we can just completely bring some kind of changes as far as the destinations are concerned. So in these directions, I can see that we can avoid the duplication of the destinations attractions and go for the redesigning the destinations in such a way that so we can come out with a new orientations and the new activities that are there in the destinations. So in that context, when I look at the destination's image, so image is something we need to reorient the image of the destinations. And when you look at the image reorientations, so destination's personality we need to study, and we have to find out what kind of the new brand that can be developed in each and every destinations. So that may be at the country level also. So when we see that Sri Lanka as the country, it has got its own brand image. And even if you look at each and every destinations like a Colombo or even various destinations in Sri Lanka from different parts in all provinces. So even for example, when you look at the Kandy has its own the brand image or a kind of the branding. So we need to look at a kind of reviving of all these destinations by just keeping in mind two aspects, as I'm mentioning about the sustainability aspect, as well as the tourist, the expectations, and the tourist, the change of the behavior, because now the tourist expectations are totally different. So from that context, we need to just look at the destination its personality, and then we have to come out with the completely rebranding of the destinations. So of course we have some of the countries like Spain or Wales or even the London or even Paris. So already they have a kind of the destination branding. So in the post the COVID-19, so what we required is we need to just look at all these the dimensions, and then we have to come out with the complete reorientation of the destinations, keeping in mind each and every destinations, what are the core competencies. Even for example, when you look at the couple of the beaches in the Sri Lanka, each beach is different. And you can just come out with each beaches with one specific attractions and specific activities. So that what we can do, that we can spread the tourist across the destinations, so the tourists will be spending more time on the destinations, and then we will get more revenue out of the tourist long stay on each and every destination. So from that the perspective, I can see that the rethinking is the need of the hour. And then redesigning of each and every destinations, keeping in mind the expectations of the tourist, as well as the keeping in mind the rethinking and the reorientation of the each and every destinations in Sri Lanka as well as in India. So this is what I want to share very briefly out of our study that we have done in Pondicherry after this COVID-19, because these days the many people we just know they depended on the internet and then the travel blogs. So in travel blogs they are just posting so many things, and then so they are identifying the core competencies of the each and every destinations as per their requirement. So we have to just look at the content of the each and every the tourists they are just uploading, and then a lot of content is available in various the travel blogs. So that content we need to analyze and understand, and accordingly we have to just redesign and reorient each and every destinations, and then come out with a kind of refined and reoriented attractions on each and every destinations, so that we can just sustain the destinations by just spreading the crowd across various the destinations. Each and every destination is the different without any kind of the duplications, so we can ensure the sustainability as well as the revenue, and then you can just you can just satisfy and then meet the requirements of the tourist on the destinations. So this is what I want to just share before all of you as a part of this small the 10 minutes the talk on the theme of rethinking and redesigning from the point of sustainable the tourism development. Right. With this, let me stop here, and I wish you all the best, my dear organizers. And once again, I thank the authorities of the University of Colombo, and especially the Professor Suranga Silva for remembering always and involving in his international conferences to listen our thoughts and our research work, and then to just.
Thank you very much, Professor Venkat Rao. Now I think it is time for our presenters.
Thank you very much. It was a very fruitful discussion that we had. So now we are going to the presentations of the second technical session. The first presenter is from University of Jaffna, presenting Developing Sustainable Marketing Framework for World Heritage Sites in Sri Lanka, GHPH Madhushika. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am GHPH Madhushika. It's an undergraduate from Department of Marketing from University of Jaffna. So, as she said, my title is Developing Sustainable Marketing Framework for World Heritage Sites in Sri Lanka. Nourishing every society. Over recent decades, the concepts of sustainable gained more attention among various practitioners and policymakers in various fields. The emergence of sustainability concept in tourism caused revolution change in the industry. If we talk about World Heritage Sites are the crucial tourist destinations that showing the native and precious specialties from country to country. So as other organizations, marketing managers and all the managers in World Heritage Sites have a very significant role in decision making to consider sustainable marketing to gain long-term consistency growth. So to achieve sustainability as whole, the contribution of the main actors of the country is essential. Understanding these benefits derived from the sustainable tourism approach, most of the developing countries are engaging with these practices over last few years. We could see the progress in sustainability over last few years in Sri Lanka. But because of different issues, the results have damaged, such as irresponsible planning, unplanned development practices, insufficient monitoring, etc. This study, my study, include the outcome for the best fit for the World Heritage Sites in developing countries, including preservation, partnership, and local community involvements through environmental marketing, social marketing, and critical marketing. Further, the challenges identified with the proper analysis of the marketing environment and current marketing plans of the heritage sites was analyzed. The suggestions of the thesis are based on existing ideas of marketing system to change to be more sustainable way in Sri Lanka. Next, my research deals with mainly 3 objectives. Those are to identify what extent consumers and business organizations are aware of concept of sustainability, to identify the existing green behavioral practice of consumers and business organizations in World Heritage Site, to identify the challenges and existing marketing efficiency of World Heritage Sites. We used mixed research method for the study, developing quantitative method for study consumer behavior and private sector behavior, and qualitative method for study public sector behavior. Both methods take equal importance, covering all stakeholders of World Heritage Sites. The samples were selected, the World Heritage Sites of Sacred City of Anuradhapura and its tourist destinations. The simple random sampling method and judgment sampling method were selected for the data collection process. The Conceptual Framework developed stating all sustainable marketing decisions categorized under green marketing, critical marketing, and social marketing should consider the all behavioral of consumers, private sector, and public sector. Under the quantitative analysis, the research has identified how and what extent consumer sustainable behavior depend on consumer significant psychological and physiological factors, and how and to what extent business organizations' sustainable behavior depend on organizations, owners, or managers' significant psychological and physiological factors that are used in decision making of the organizations. Under the consumer behavioral study, the study revealed that there is a positive effect in consumer awareness of sustainability and consumer willingness of consumer sustainable behavior. Under the private sector behavioral study, the study revealed that there is a positive effect of organization awareness of sustainability concepts and organization knowledge regarding marketing environment actors and forces on organization sustainable behavior. Further, the study revealed that there is a positive effect of organization willingness and ethics on organization sustainable behavior. Under the qualitative method, we use narrative analysis to identify challenges and existing marketing effectiveness in World Heritage Sites. The study revealed that all the government sector organizations have a vision and mission, and those act according to those vision and missions. Beside the preservation purpose of them, some department hadn't had a proper marketing plan. Although some department had marketing plans, those were focused in very limited scope. Public sector policymakers had more ideas and grounded knowledge to promote tourism in the World Heritage Site, but it seems there's a critical financial situation and so slow approval and implementation process of decision making had become harder for them. There was a huge shortage of awareness program and practices to make aware consumers and business organizations concerned with sustainability. When we talk about interdepartment association, among the government department was in a good condition. But in the case of collaboration with local community involvement and local, local business people, government organization was very poor condition. The unique cleaning system or cleaning staff haven't implemented cleaning activities around the WH areas. After some festivals, they launched cleaning programs around the area, but it seems not enough. The government department preferred to help the researchers, but researchers' willingness to share their recommendation with these departments seems to very low in the Anuradhapura and other all side areas. Under the recommendation, we have stated some changes for both policymakers and private sectors that lead them to sustainability. The first recommendation is policymakers need to consider consumer psychological factors and along with these must conduct awareness program to reach sustainability. In the pathway to sustainable, the public media has a big role to play dealing with consumer psychology. Suitable policies and pathway to ground level are needed maintaining tourism in the World Heritage Sites without making tourists discriminators against or inconvenience. In here, I stated mainly for the foreigners, especially in the ticketing system. Collaboration with the business organization and various stakeholders around the area is necessary for the way to sustainability. Then programs need to started to aware business organization. It would be a great assist for the local community development. And next, the garbage problems. And the researchers need, in the recommendation, the policymakers need to motivate and invite to research to their sites. Finally, these sites show huge dearth of infrastructure and facilities for tourists. Under the recommendation of private sector, these are the recommendations. I have very limited time. So in here, I must point it out very specific thing. It is organization must be excluded from the perception of every single thing must be solved by the government and need to try responsible business organization. That's, ladies and gentlemen, what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madhushika. Now we are moving to our next presentation. We are going to move to Yanki Hartijasti from University of Indonesia, and her presentation will be based on Komodo National Park, biodiversity-based tourism in Indonesia, and she will be joining with us via Zoom.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I would like to give my special thanks to Professor Suranga and the team, and congratulate also for this conference. Okay, I would like to share my presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So, I would like to talk about Komodo National Park, biodiversity-based tourism in Indonesia. Once again, I am Yanki Hartijasti from University of Indonesia. First of all, I would like you to know Indonesia, the wonderful Indonesia, because maybe some of you haven't been to Indonesia, so I would like to give a brief background of Indonesia. We have a natural beauty. We are the 14th largest country with more than almost 2 million square kilometers and with more than 17,500 islands. And of course with enchanting nature with tropical forests, volcanoes, wildlife, seas, beaches, lakes, and rivers. I will show you a bit of the nature. This is the beaches, yeah, well, from Sumatra until West Papua, yeah. And then this is the volcanoes, yeah. Of course, also from Sumatra to Papua as well, yeah, because we are in the Ring of Fire. And aside from natural beauty, we have also cultural diversity with more than 270 million people and 714 ethnic groups and more than 1,100 languages, but we have one national language, yeah, with more than 229 million or 87% of Muslim, but we are not Muslim country, we are secular, yeah. And we also have a natural diversity with fertile soils for rice plantation, tropical rainforest with high biodiversity, and then open savanna grassland. And most of you, of course, know Bali, yeah, the paradise island in Indonesia, but we have another paradise island in Raja Ampat. So with this, that's why we are called one of the mega biodiversity countries in the world, yeah, because we have diverse geographic, geological, and topographical conditions. And we are also the third largest area of rainforest, home to a great diversity of flora and fauna. So this is our native plants, yeah, some of it, and also the fruits, yeah. And we also have the animal endemic, yeah. So from the birds, wild animals, orangutan, and of course, Komodo dragon, which I will talk about. So Indonesia, as a mega biodiversity country with fauna diversity of many bird species, reptile, mammal, amphibian, agrobiodiversity, starting from vascular plant species, flowering species, and also forests with composed of 71% of its total land area. However, this number may change because many remote areas have not even been touched. Yeah, so that's why we are only talking about 10% of its total potential biodiversity in Indonesia. Let me now talk about Komodo National Park. So we have the beautiful Komodo National Park, yeah, the surrounding. So it's the Komodo dragon itself, and underwater, and also the beach, yeah. So it is part of the 5 tourism super priority destination in Indonesia. Actually, we have in 2016, we have 10 tourism priority destination. However, due to pandemic, we revised it into 5 tourism super priority destination. And Komodo National Park is in Labuan Bajo, East Nusa Tenggara, and it is one of the most biodiversity treasures in Indonesia. So the Komodo National Park, a hidden biodiversity paradise in eastern Indonesia, it is determined as tourism authority since April 2018. And it is a gateway and buffer zone to Komodo National Park. Yeah, I will show you the beautiful Komodo National Park. Yeah, I will just jump, yeah, because I only have 10 minutes. So this is the forest, the deer, and the other species, the birds, the snakes, yeah, and then cockatoo, other birds, yeah, and then the soft carabao, and of course the Komodo. So these are the beautiful Komodo National Park. Yeah. Okay, I will just go ahead with the other. So it originally this place is just a small fishing town. Yeah, and then now it is a marine tourism town. We can go there using Finisi ship, yeah, the Indonesian sailing ship. It looks like this, yeah. It is a very comfortable ship, yeah. We can stay there. We can stay the night over there and then dive around the area, yeah. It's a maximum of 12 person. We can have also another routes, yeah. And aside from that, it is we have also stunning panorama, yeah, and also we have pink beach, yeah, over there because of the microscopic animal and reddish colored coral fragments. I'll show you the pink beach, very beautiful, yeah, and then we also have underwater paradise, yeah, in which it is a playground of manta rays or stingray, pygmy seahorse, blue ring octopus, and huge turtle. I'll show you the beauty of this underwater paradise. Wait a minute. So this is the coral and also the fish, the turtle, kind of other fish, yeah. I think this is a kind of squid, yeah. And then another kind of fish, the sea snail, or the sea, what's it? Snake, yeah. And the shark, another kind of fish. That is the snail, yeah. The colorful snail, yeah. And that's the stingray, yeah. The stingray, so beautiful. And that's another kind of fish. Okay. And of course, we have local community here with the traditional way of life, with the local wisdom. So they are fishermen, yeah. So these are the locals, yeah. So they are really fishermen. Yeah, these are the villages. We call it Rebo, yeah. They have also coffee over there. And that's the Finisi ship. Yeah, we can dive around the Finisi ship. Yeah, snorkeling and to see the underwater life over there. They can even dive and catch the fish. Yeah. Okay. Then we also have sonke weaving. Yeah. Generally black with variety of colorful motifs on it. Yeah, I will just show it very fast. These are the motifs. Yeah, very beautiful. Yeah, the background is black. Yeah, so and then we have local coffee. It's called Juria Flores coffee. In the Arabica type, yeah, the best coffee in the world since 1990. Yeah. So the visitors coming to this area, local and international, in 2018 until 2021, we have around 300,000 visitors, yeah, coming from different countries, yeah. So there is a new policy, yeah, since 2000. Oh, wait a minute. I have a chat. What is this? Okay. So these are the new policy, yeah. The new policy is, wait a minute, has created dichotomy, yeah, dichotomy, because even though it is via digital, yeah, with to control the visitor quota and also to check the environmental, yeah, so that we can check the habitats, yeah. But it is a controversial because is it conservation or commercialization? Yeah, because of course the conservation is the focus of the government. Yeah, it needs a high cost to maintain natural uniqueness, and of course we need to increase the tariff. But for the local tourism, it's a commercial, yeah, commercialization. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just one more minute, please. So for the local tourists, of course, they don't want to have a higher increase of the tariff, yeah. And many private companies
Dr. Yankee,
have permits.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I think your time is over. It would be better
Wait,
if you can...
just one more minute, please. Just this is my last. Yeah, of course. So the balance is that ecotourism, we need to have premium tourism, and it's still undergoing a dialogue. Yeah, we will involve the stakeholders, etc. Okay. So I invite you to visit Komodo National Park so that you can see the last dinosaurs on Earth. Thank you so much, Ivan.
Thank you very much. So our last presenter for this session is from University of Kelaniya, and her presentation is based on an examination of environmental management policy and practices by hotels and the contribution to eco-conservation. I would like to invite Ms. Anupama Damunupola to stage.
Very good afternoon to the panel chair and my dear sir, and also for the distinguished guest. It is a great privilege for me to present this presentation, which is based on the studies based on the environmental management practices, especially the policies and the practices that are carried out by the hotels and their contribution for the conservation of the environment. So I'm Anupama Damunupola and a senior lecturer attached to the University of Kelaniya. When I come to the background of my study, I would like to state here that usually the tourism is we consider as the world's highest and the largest industries in the world, and of course that it is one of the big income earner for any developing country, especially when it comes to the Sri Lanka. It is the same scenario, as you all very correctly know that after the war, eradicating the war in the country, we have been actually gained a lot of tourists to the country since 2019. However, due to different reasons, now we have some drawbacks in our industry. But before that, with the post-war tourism demands, Sri Lanka actually attracts more than nearly actually over 2 million tourists to the country. And when it comes to the, as a country, when we are attracting a lot of tourists, there was a need for the industry in order to set up different types of policies, since we are gaining different types of tourists from different parts of the world, so that we wanted to, in order to cater their demands, we have to establish different types of hotels in order to lodge their accommodation needs. Therefore, the Sri Lanka Tourist Board has identified this is one of the most prominent sector in the economic. Therefore, we have taken a lot of steps with the strategic plans that we have addressed this issue, and we have been identified that this is one of the rapidly growing sector in Sri Lanka. Therefore, we have actually planned in order to cater for tourist demands with developing different facilities and services for the industry. When I come to the statement of my current research problem, so as I correctly said that we have gained a lot tourists to the country. Again, in order to meet their demands, that we were lacking of certain facilities and the services. Therefore, what we did was we had to go for coming up with new hotel projects, and we have brought about new projects to the Sri Lanka, especially to the Colombo city. Apart from that, we have again initiated different types of projects across the nation. Therefore, what our main aim was to divert our routes, not to offer the same dish of foods every day to the tourists, and to make kind of diversification with the product itself. So that when it comes to the hotels, especially the hotels were targeting on building new, maybe having good spacious luxury or rooms and restaurants, and going for catering their needs. But of course that according to my problem statement, it has mentioned that Central Environmental Authority has identified that hoteliers are one of the key segments when it comes to the waste disposal, and some of the regions they have identified, CEA has identified that there are some of the provinces which are highly contributing to the environmental impact. So one such prominent province is the central part of our country. So therefore, I have focused my study onto the central part, but I have just limited my study to the Nuwara Eliya area. So with that background from the Sri Lanka tourism demands, and again from the CEA reports, so these two have actually gave me a rationale in order to study this research. And then my main research objectives was to identify the different types of environmental management policy practices which are carried out by different hotels in order to conserve the environment. So this is the methodology that I have implemented in order to reach my current research objectives. So this study was actually based qualitative, and again I have collected primary data with while conducting interviews and discussions. Again, I have limited my study into the Nuwara Eliya area and 4 to 5 star hotels. With the limited time duration that I have limited these things, therefore when it comes to the generalization of the facts, I think there could be little issues. Of course, so I open up the forum for anyone who is interested in this area can continue this type of studies for further education and further opportunities. Again, I have used snowball sampling method, and analysis of the data were from the thematic analysis method. So when it comes to the hotel classifications, you all know that this is how I have selected my study sample, and the sampling method I have earlier told you that. So tourist board is classifying informal hotel sector as formal hotel sector. So under the formal hotel sector, you can recognize the classified hotels in Sri Lanka. So likewise, I have selected my sample. And I have given in the picture what location I have selected. So these are my study findings. So I have actually employed the thematic analysis, and my themes are given as well as my sub-themes are given in the right side of my hand. So my first theme is about Energy conservation and management. So what are the hoteliers, what type of things that they are considering when it comes to the energy conservation and management? So that was my first theme, and the second theme is solid waste management, and the third theme was biodiversity, natural and the environmental conservation, and the fourth theme was water conservation and management, and I have fifth theme I have themed as other segment. So sub themes are also generated accordingly, as you can see in the slide presentation. When it comes to the energy conservation and the management, so especially the hoteliers are very much concerning about the lighting, as you all can now see. So even though we are having this conference on a daytime, still we are using huge amount of energy, so that these kind of things we have to consider when it comes to the green events and green kind of eco-based systems. So that hoteliers are saying that they are encouraging the architecture and the facility designing in natural lighting. So most of them are very much concerned about the natural lighting and replacing of the artificial lights or minimizing the use of artificial lights. And another concern is from implementing the solar energy for different types of purposes. Again, when it comes to the next slide, now you can see what are my findings. So natural lighting, and also you can see in some of the lobby areas, and also they have just the walls are painted with the pale color or the white color, that is to create a very minimum impact to the environment. So these kind of sustainable management practices are currently carried out by the hoteliers. So apart from that, now you can see that majority of the hoteliers in New Orleans, since it is we say that it is the Little England, so you all know what the climate is, so that they do have to use boilers and the hot water very frequently. Therefore, what they have done was they have installed biomass air conditioners, boilers, in order to reduce the demand for the diesel, and mainly that are used for the boilers. So that in that way they are trying to conserve the nature. So I think that is one of the biggest implementation that they have taken. Next, now you can see use of the carbon clean energy, maybe solar or water or wind power, but I'm pretty sure when we go to the sites that they have said, because due to the non-uniform weather conditions in New Orleans district, they don't have much solar, much daylight during the time. So that what they are doing is maybe about 30% maximum they are using the solar power, but rest of the time they have to go for some other energy sources, alternative energy sources. So the next factor that I'm focusing is the policy decisions, maintaining the equipments for optimum use. So you all know that hotel is one of the very busiest places in our tourism industry. So when there are big groups coming in, so that so that we have to cater for the tourists in a way that they are satisfied. So we have to come to a win-win situation. Therefore, what we are doing is that we have to go for optimization of the stuff that we are using. So for an example, we can get the energy efficient sources such as installation of the sub-meters in departments and rewarding the departments for minimization of the use of the polythene, plastic and other energy energies which are having a scarcity. And then of course we can use some of charts or maybe different types of things in order to determine to which extent that they have used energy. So this type of methods we can use in order to detect the energy sources, how they have used. And the next factor is about educating the visitors That is, in order to educate the visitors, we can either give them the guidelines during their entering to the hotel, or maybe they can just issue a key card, so that key card can control each and everything, such as like having the remote controlling facilities with the key card itself. This is an example of Jetwing St. Andrews Hotel, so that they are having this controlling system, remote controlling systems. And the next finding is about the solid waste management, so that hoteliers are using different types of alternative products such as cane, wood, and etc. in order to make more eco-friendly products for the visitors. The next fact is about the treatment and the disposal of the solid waste. As you can see, some of the hoteliers are currently in, right now also they do have this type of systems. And next is about the responsible disposal of the hazardous waste, so that some of the hoteliers are having the practice of calling the CEA for their hazardous waste dispose process. So this will minimize the impacts, negative impacts to the nature. And also when it comes to the waste separation, you can use different types of bins, right, with different colors, so that people are very much aware about, so that they can dispose in a very effective way. The next finding is about the wastewater management. Now you can see in the picture, okay. Yes, I'm in a rush to now complete my presentation. Yes, so that some of the hoteliers are currently using their wastewater management system with different types of purification projects. So these are some of the examples. Again, this is about the air quality management. Yes. And now you can see how environmentally friendly products have been displayed and they are practicing at hotels. Yes. So when it comes to the biodiversity and the nature conservation, they do have different types of visitor awareness programs also. So finally, I would like to present my recommendation. So my recommendations are basically for three main parties, that is for the industry stakeholders and the public and the private organizations. And finally, we need to have a networking kind of a culture in order to share the success stories and to monitor the level of progress that we have already done. So that is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much. I hope that you have enjoyed. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anupama. So to give the concluding remarks and to start the question and answer session, I would like to invite Professor D.S.A. Suranga Silva, the panel chair of the technical session 2.
I think it is time for the panel members to ask any questions, but time is very limited.
Yes. Right. Some of actually the presenters were interesting subjects. I'm particularly interested in that the Indian professor, one of the Indian professors, are they still? No.
Yeah, Indian professor,
yes. The rural tourism. It's kind of new to me. Panelist, right, okay. But I think that's got my attention in the beginning because I was also wondering, probably that concept may be good for Sri Lanka. And from the presenters here, the last presentation, this how to combine the natural resources with the tourism industry. So she, the last presenter actually presented the solar power, use of solar power to have warm water, especially in the area of Nuwara. So why it is in only in Nuwara, maybe Colombo we have, other areas we have a lot of sunlight. So then I would like to hear from you, if it is possible, to consider that as a source of energy for the entire, because Sri Lanka is we have abundant solar or sunlight, almost 12 hours a day. So then how could we tap that energy and enrich the tourism industry, especially for sustainable tourism industry? Yes.
Yes, of course. I think I'm really enjoyed all three presentations in the different corner. I think it's from the World Heritage Site. It's one of the most, USP for Sri Lanka, since we have a prehistory, history, and a modern history, and especially colonial history. We have a lot of World Heritage Sites, and especially we have a cultural heritage site as well as a natural heritage site. Where I think, of course, your research will be very important for the country, and especially if you can focus on your study from a wider scale to the narrow scale, like taking one model and taking your study to the spot, and how to market that particular, the micro unit will be a good example for the rest of the things, rather than having a bulk study and thing. Because there are a lot of issues I could understand. Even your research itself raised a lot of issues for me to raise questions. But all those questions are researchable questions, right? No need to answer now. But your research can be trimmed down from macro level to the micro level. And you can take maybe your university area, where the Jaffna Fort. It's one of the prominent attractions we have not fully capitalized, right? And there are many other places. Taking one thing and focusing your study, since you have done a qualitative study, yeah? Mixed method, okay, right. So you can focus on that. That will be very interesting. And especially, I think the good example which brought by the presenter from the Indonesia. And we also could learn a lot of benchmark from there for us to market our national parks. Another area that we have, I think, more or less neglected wildlife in wildlife parks. Wildlife tourism in wildlife parks. We do have wildlife parks, but I don't see the wildlife tourism in Sri Lanka. Because we have some sort of a misled or misinterpreted concept that taking safari is a wildlife tourism. Absolutely, it's wrong. Wildlife tourism is a very broader one. I think good example brought from the Indonesia. I think good that lesson learned from them. The other rest of the things, I think Ms. Anupama's research, environmental, biodiversity and hoteliers. Most critical area, because in Sri Lanka, I think majority of the power consumption, energy consumption in tourism industries belong to the hotel industries. And making alternative energy sources, using them with the biosensing systems, and more green perspective, not greenwashing, should be the green-oriented one. Rather than just putting the label and showing the greenwashing, we have to really, authentically, we have to go for the greenwashing, and we should make all the hotels to understand the value of the dark and the day, night and the day, because most of the hotels try to make it night also the day. So no need, because the resorts can be in the dark time and as well as in the daytime. So our resorts should learn that from many other parts, like we have to learn a lot from the Bhutan. It's one of the emerging niche market destinations. So thank you very much for all three presenters. I think very interesting presenters. I think you have a long way to go in your research. So that's what I could understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aslam. Now, if we have foreign tour professors, their comments is expected. Finish. Okay, right now we are going to finish our second sessions. Thank you very much, but we have taken much more time. Therefore, no need to have a conclusion. Right, we can start the proceedings as well.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. To hand over the certificates to the presenters, I would like to invite the panel chair, Professor D.A.C. Suranga Silva. First, I would like to call GHPH Madhushika from University of Jaffna. Anupama Damunupola from University of Kelaniya. Thank you very much. To hand over the token of appreciation, I would like to invite Ms. Surani Pathirana, Assistant Director, Biodiversity Division, and Mr. Sampath Sirivardhana, Joint Secretariat of Research Symposium. Well, thank you very much, everyone. So with that note, we are winding up the second technical session of our research symposium. Now we are going to see another glamorous entertainment performance by the students of our visual and performing arts of University of Colombo. Please give them a big round of applause.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen, with that entertainment act, now we would like to move on with the technical session 3 of this International Research Symposium 2022 on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism 2022. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, before introducing our presenters for this final technical session, I would like to invite our panel members for this final session. The panel will be headed by the panel chair, Mrs. R.H.M.P. Abikon, Director, Biodiversity Secretariat, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. Mrs. Geeta Karundavala, Director of Barberine Ayurveda Resorts. Professor Noel Scott, Sustainability Research Centre, University of Sunshine Coast, Australia, will be joining us virtually. And also Mr. Gamunu Gunawardena, Chairman, Winston Group. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, before moving on with the panel discussion, we would like to move on with the presentations first. So now I would like to call upon our first presenter of this technical session 3. She'll be doing her presentation on the topic, an investigation of agrotourism potentials in Sri Lanka with special reference to the village Udugama. Please welcome Tilini Dilanka Kumari Ekanayaka from University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka.
Okay, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Under the topic on an investigation of agrotourism potentials in Sri Lanka with special reference to the village Udugama, I have chosen this topic with a very rural area and also investigated rich potentials of agrotourism potentials to promote as the community alleviation and also the sustainable practices in that specific village. So I'll go through the specific areas like the background of the study and also the general objectives and the evaluation and the suggestions and the recommendations. So I'll go through, I'll begin from the background of the study. So as a summarize of my whole case study, I have summarized this topic to the background of study like this. The location I have selected from Central Province and it belongs to the Mathale district and it's a very rural village but which is situated only 6 kilometers away from the main city, that is Mathale. And I have identified this place as an exchange city, which is always exchanging the tourists who come to Sri Lanka for their cultural preferences as the cultural guest. Within the cultural triangle, this rural area is situated. And also, within 30 to 35 kilometers, all the guests can be reached these types of main cities. I have pointed out there are 3 cities as a junction of this specific village. So I have selected this village because of the rich potentials to promote as the agrotourism. And I have chosen this place again, I'm repeating that, with the rich natural, cultural, social aspects to directly combine with the agrotourism potentials. Then when it comes to the evaluation of the case, I have evaluated this with several areas like SWOT analysis, and I have put several challenges when I faced and I have investigated through my case. So as the strength, it has listed out the scenic beauty and the fine climate and the natural irrigation and the natural scenic beauty areas of this village, especially the farming community. Existing situation is currently also they are engaging with farming activity. Actually the agrotourism is, especially it should be linked with agricultural practices plus the procedures of agricultural attractions, and it should have an ability to attract the tourists for the farming and also agro-based activities. So this specific place has that kind of possibility to attract the tourists for the agricultural activities. But the villagers, the communities and the people, they are identified, they have the agricultural activities and specific and other experts are there who are knowing about the tourism. So we have to link these two concepts to promote and implement this agrotourism here. And I have pointed out several opportunities here. Yes, the opportunities here. The first one, the exchange location mean this village is situated in the Mathale district, and Mathale is considered as the only one district which is combined with several World Heritage sites. Out of 8 World Heritage sites, we are relating with more than 4, like Dambulla Cave Temple premises, Sigiriya, Kandy Tooth Temple, and even the Central Highlands. And Anuradhapura Polonnaru also we can reach from the Mathile district within 3-4 hours. So that's why I have pointed out here it's an exchange location. And also the nearby attraction mean above mentioned World Heritage sites, and also emerging attractions, that mean the less known attractions are there. Nowadays it is emerging, and also it is inside the cultural triangle. So all the times Sri Lanka is most popular as the cultural heritage site, and also cultural tourists are coming basically to Sri Lanka to see the cultural heritage here. So with that view, this rural area also situated inside the cultural triangle. So I'm pointed out this point because we can attract those kind of tourists who are moving here and there around the cultural triangle. We can develop this agritourism concepts for them. And the government incentives and for agriculture mean existing situation of this village is agricultural activities are as the major occupation of the person who is in this village. And then I have pointed out several weaknesses, threats and challenges here. Basically, investigated the lack of awareness about the tourism and the updating concepts regarding the tourism, and also the lacking of infrastructure, technology and language communication barriers. Likewise, the general weaknesses of the inherited people in that village I have identified. And the threats, especially as the tourism as a concept, new concepts of tourism, it's feel difficult to give awareness for the communities who is inherited there as ancestors and the old communities. We have to face several challenges when we are taking awareness for that people regarding the tourism, because criticizing problems are there from the all generation on that village. And also the pandemic situation and the economic and political instability which is currently facing in the country, it's I consider as a threat. And also the legalizing procedure mean as a rural village, the educating community will be a challenge. And also when legalizing, taking license and registering as homestays even, that will be not very easy, convenient, and convenient for the villagers. So I have taken out it as a threat. And the challenges also I have mentioned earlier, the coordination, monitoring, and the support from the government, financial, technical contribution, promotion and marketing, and especially when we are communicating and give awareness about this new concept will be a challenge for implementing these types of new concepts to these types of villages. So as the proposed solution I have pointed out here, proposed solution mean that I thought that these changes should be there if we can successfully implement this agritourism towards their poverty alleviation and also the regional development. We can point it out these types of solution for there. The database with documentation about the possibility and what are the kinds of cultivations and what are the activities that we can promote for the tourists. We can take a database and implement the documentation process for regarding those kind of things. And also I have emphasized the women entrepreneurship and empowerment on that rural village. Basically the rural villagers have lots of unemployed women, and there I have recommended several activities for them, cooking demonstrations, the handicraft selling, and likewise the things I have pointed out, the women empowerment and women entrepreneurship we can change through this agro-tourism. And awareness training promotional programs should be there to give awareness and also motivating, encouraging the villagers towards this concept. And the auditing and the financial part should be transparent, and especially the agro-tourism can be considered as the tourism concept can directly distribute the income for the regional development and for the village community. So the financial and the auditing part should be transparent. And the activities I have pointed out and suggest here, the cooking demonstrations, bird watching, photography, kiting, farming activities, rituals of agriculture can be promoted as the intangible cultural heritage for the tourist. And also, for enhancing the village living standards can be arranged several activities. I have pointed out those things in the recommendation parts also. Finally, in the recommendation part, I have pointed out these types of recommendations from me after investigating all the potentials, uniqueness features of specific village. Activities can be arranged, especially regarding to the intangible cultural heritage in Sri Lanka, the folklores, folk songs, folk culture, the folk activities, that mean Janakavi, the dances and the traditional cuisine with cooking demonstration on the site of farms, and the types of space can be arranged to sell their vegetables, fruits, curds, and even all the raw materials and the other regarding goods regarding the farming community. And also the itinerary can be developed with the vicinity attraction, because several attractions are there. You know that the Alivihare Cave Temple, Kavatayamuna, Nalanda Girigi, and also the Riverstone, Sembuvatta, and other attractions are there. Those are not very much known, but we can combine those to the itinerary and design the village tours with these agritourism practices. And also the experts should be there for monitoring these concepts, because the villagers are not aware of the expert knowledge in tourism. And the diversified products I have chosen here with the surplus of the harvest, because some like periods are there are lots of destroying the surplus of harvesting, and we can utilize those things for these types of ketchup, pickles, and the jam productions. And dried food, the spices like white pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and cocoa. Basically, I think for those spices, this area is very much popular, so we can utilize those things here. And finally, the homestay concept should be emphasized, because as agritourism activities with the village authentic experience, we can provide the accommodation practices for the guests with the homestay concept. So for that also can be recommended here for this specific place. And finally, we can arrange some sessions, discussions, pilgrimage tours, and the negotiations with the foreigners to educate the people in the village, the host community, and those types of practical sessions also can be arranged. So I went through hurriedly, because of the limited time period. Yes, finally, I'm going to wind up the session, and this is the open invitation to you also to come and see the potentials in that specific village. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our second presenter of this third technical session. And she's from the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, and she'll be presenting her presentation on rethinking tourism, hot water wells into hot water pools. Please welcome A.W.N. Nalifa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I should mention that I'm going to present on rethinking tourism, hot water wells, into how we can convert them into hot water pools. This is a case study. This is a comparative case study. At the onset, I should mention that there's nothing to do with tourism until today, because I am from sociology department and I am fond of sociology of gender. But when I was in Malaysia for my PhD, I had a very exciting experience at hot water pools. The first experience was an accidental opportunity that I had, and then we started to hunt those pools to have different experiences. So based on this, I started to compare our experience, and then only I wanted to do this, and I was finding a proper forum to present this, because I was so amazed, and after this economic crisis and all the thing, I thought that the opportunity that I had should be shared to a proper forum. So that is how I'm here. As an introduction, I should say that so hot water springs are very famous all around the world, and we are fortunate to have such hot water pools. For instance, in Sri Lanka, so this is an evidence base, and I have two objectives. First, I am here going to compare and examine the hot springs that we have here in Sri Lanka and Malaysia, and then I'm going to suggest possible applications and alterations which where we can turn our hot water wells into very attractive places. If I say about the background of my cases, in here Sri Lanka, according to Premasiri, there are 9 hot water springs, and a very recent journal it mentions 10, but I mention here it as 9. And in Malaysia there are 60, so because their geographical location is vast, not like us, so they have 60, and more than 75 of those hot water springs are easy accessible, and they are using them not as the primary one, because in Sri Lanka our hot water wells are mostly displayed as people go and realize that there are hot water wells, and they realize the existence of the hot water wells only. Rarely people, they just wash their legs, and hardly they have a bath, because having a bath on hot water wells directly to the head is not possible and applicable. But in Malaysia, they have go beyond, they have stepped forward, and they have turned all their hot water wells into pools. Most of them are pools. So now I'm going to evaluate the first one. I have been to 3. So in my study, I'm here. I have been to 3 hot water wells in Sri Lanka. So the first one is Mahaoya. So that is from my personal photograph collection. The first one. That is the Mahaoya one. Those are all wells, and people go and touch the water and realize, okay, the hot water that is coming from earth. That's all people realize. And the second one is the not that one. Second one is the Kanya. I have been twice. The second time I didn't buy a ticket, and even I didn't go inside, because that is just a place where we just go and see the existence of the hot water wells, hot water. The third place is an amazing place that I have been. That is there in where Nelum were hot water wells. That was an accidental opportunity that we had when we had a trip to leadership camps. We had 2 hours time to wait outside before we enter into the camps, and then we asked the villagers whether there are any place to visit, because we had 2 hours. Then villagers said there are hot water wells, you can go in. Then we went, and amazed to see the place, because those hot water wells are situated in the center of the reservoir on a sandbank. 5 or 6 water wells are there, having different ranges of temperature, and some water wells, their flow is high. So these are the resources that we have. And next I'm going to show you The previous one. Next one. Okay, this is the first hot water pool that we had the experience in Malaysia, that is called as Hulu Tamu hot water pools. And this was an accidental that experience that we had. One of our friends, he wanted to take us to a place, and then we said, okay, let's have bath. And we were having chatting. So then I said, my children, they will develop cold when they have bath after or evening time. He said, no, people go to those places in the nights. And then only we realized he's going to take us to a hot water bath. So this is that place. So here you can see those, the well is situated in the middle, and they are giving the connection to the pool. This side, that is the hottest one, and only adults are allowed to get into there. And people start to, first of all, they just soak their heels and then feet. And then only gradually they get into the pool, and then again they come out because it's very hot. But we were sweating a lot. In Malaysia, people think that this is the remedy to reduce their weight. So, and also they are thinking that this is a good remedy for acne, fungal infection, and people normally they have regularly in their vaccination destinations are these places. So the second one, I'm going to show you the varieties of hot water pools in Malaysia. Here, the first differently designed, differently built. The third one also, and then here those are different pools, individual pools. They are pumping water to individual pools. There are dual pools. Like that, they have developed these into different attractive tourist locations. So these are the cases that I'm here showing you. And now I'm going to evaluate the cases. So in Sri Lanka, according to my experience, the place is not clean. And the picture is clearly showing you, and this picture I'm thanking Mr. Irshad, he is one of my undergraduate students, and this is, I took from his Facebook account 5 days back, this photo. It shows clearly our situation. Look at the buckets, it is broken, it is corroded, and look at the place, it is completely ugly, irritating. People don't want to go there, but they go there to show their students, school children, they take their students to show that the existence of the water wells. But in Malaysia, they have developed it, the infrastructure is well developed, and their locations are full of local food stalls. And then parking facility is there. Even the changing rooms, they have shower gels, even hand wash, everything is there. No one is taking it with them. So like that, the place is well developed, and it is giving the visitors, tourists, a very exciting experience. And I'm now going to propose some solutions. So based on this, both nations, we are having natural resources, but look at the difference. We had in the morning, we are developing, and then only we are thinking about policies. Like that, this is developed, but it is not, it is poorly designed. And like that, relevant authorities and policymakers should pay attention on hot water springs, which are assets of tourism. A proper research study should be conducted to evaluate the possible ways of developing these wells into pools. So there should be priority, locations should be identified. That is the important matter. And then all the wells are located in spacious areas. So expansion is very easy. For instance, Mahoya. I have been to Mahoya. So Mahoya, making it into pool is very easy because already the space is built like that. But those are not pools because water is flowing and it is not stored there. And then Amazingly, this will be a precious experience for all the domestic tourists even, because we have never been to a thermal pool. And then I would like to recommend, the last slide please, I would like to recommend that based on these findings, tourism authorities can market spring water resources. That is very important. And to market these locations for the global market, a study on the driving forces behind foreign tourists should be conducted. And future resorts should be concentrate on the many facets of spring tourism. So then let me finish like that. When there are such thermal pools, won't you plan your next trip to that? I'm sure, definitely you will do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our final presenter for the day. And he's from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and he'll be presenting his findings on Kalaoe conservation through benefit sharing, case study of Vavakale environmental sensitive area in Kalaoe Basin, Vanathavelluwa, Puttalam district. Please welcome LDC Jayasinghe from University of Colombo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am LDC Jayasinghe, postgraduate student at Colombo University. My case study topic is conservation through benefit sharing, case study of Vavakale environmental sensitive area in Kalaoe Basin, Vanathavelluwa, Puttalam district. This is the background of the study. Vavakale is an area that comes under 3 GN divisions, namely Alut Eluwankulama, Parana Eluwankulama and Ralmaduwa. Mainly it is under the Ralmaduwa GN division. There are various type of land use uses for the area. Most probably forest land and coconut garden, and the paddy lands and home gardens. The area has a rich biodiversity and many endangered fauna such as Sri Lankan leopard, Asian elephants, Sri Lankan wood frog in this area. This is the location. You can see this area is near to Eluwankulama in Vanathavelluwa division, near to Puttalam Mana road, but we can't use that road in these days. 2,500 meters away from the Vilpattuwa National Park and 500 meters away from the Virakkodichollai Conservative Forest. The total land extent is 35 hectares, and I mentioned here the encroachment was there 0.8 hectares in 2019. This is the background of the case study. Synonymous with the names given to the area, Vavakale, there is also a Calamus rotan, normally we called cane and rattan, dominated marsh ecosystem. The locals would enter the area to obtain cane to make products such as big basket, normally we use in fishing industry, and average of 12 kilogram of cane would be collected as a raw material by each person daily, as opposed to other cane products. These products use a lot of cane as raw materials with relatively low economical returns, because this one basket is near around 500 rupees. So they use a lot of raw materials to make this basket, but their economical return is very low. Once the cane vegetation area is set fire to their harvesting, because the area is a forest area, they can't reach the forest. Because of that, they fire these areas and harvesting these canes. This is the problem in that area. And in the same time, the landowners adjoining the forest, they try to encroach the land, and they plant coconut trees in that area. The land encroachment for the plantation and agriculture was identified as the biggest threat to be survival of the threatened species and other flora and fauna species in Wevelkele. These pictures show the basket they had made previously. Due to the cropping up of the issues at the grassroots level, solutions from the same level were required for the effective tracking of the issues. Integrated land use planning with local participations that maximums benefit for the environmental and the public would ensure the long-term conservation of biodiversity. In that context, utilizing the co-management approach and adopting the participatory principles, a plan was adopted where the Vanathilwa Divisional Secretariat and the community group to conserve the Wevelkele area. After having recognized its potential and benefits provided, the locals were consulted and the local management committee was instigated. Okay. This is the outcomes of the case study, the project. Wevelkele was declared an environmental sensitive area by the Divisional Management Committee, and after that, the demarcation was, the boundary was marked using concrete post, and it was demarcated. And these are the socio-economical benefits what the villagers have gained. A lot of trainings and we had conducted for skilled them. And after that, the main issue was the forest firing. We equipped them we gave them new equipment to cut the cane trees and harvesting to collect their harvesting. And after that, the country's first national rattan festival was held with the patronage of the Ministry of Rural Industries, and after that set up a new craft society, and it is expected to engage and lead the community to a higher level and enhance the sustainability plan of the Wevalkele ESA. This is the end of my presentation. So I would like to acknowledge the local management committee of the ESA, the Ministry of Environment and the UNDP who funded this project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jayasinghe, for that presentation. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, with that marks the end of the presentations of this technical session 3. So now I would like to hand over the proceedings to Mrs. RHMP Abekon, the Director, Biodiversity Secretariat, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, who is also the panel chair for this technical session 3, to continue with the Q&A session and the closing remarks.
Thank you. Yes, this is the final technical session. This is mainly based on the case studies and best practices. I think 3 case studies and best practices were presented. And we have our panelists, practitioners in the tourism field. I'd like to share their experiences and their thoughts regarding the overall our symposium. First I cordially invite Mrs. Geeta Karandawala, Director of Barbarian Ayurveda Resort. Cordially invite for you, your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Abekun. There is an advantage, there are advantages and disadvantages in being the last session. One is that most people leave, and the people who are here, I would like, ladies and gentlemen, if all of you give us your attention, including the front table in front of me. Excuse me? We would like if you give us your attention. Thank you. So we have had a lot of rich discussion. If you look at the international arena, there has been a lot of discussion on the subject of biodiversity, environmental sustainability, and also human development and biodiversity. In fact, in 2015, the countries got together to have the Paris Agreement. And I used to work with the United Nations, and believe me, it is very difficult to get countries to agree on anything. If we sit around a table, 5 of us, 6 of us, we can't agree. And if you get 165 countries to come to the table and agree, it's a remarkable thing. And in that, they agreed that the greenhouse emission would be reduced. Last week, there was the UN Biodiversity Summit, and they agreed that 1/3 of nature will be protected. But there can be agreements, but it has to be implemented. If you look at the national scene, then also there are some policies, and we talk about new policies, but you would know better than us that if the country does implement the existing policies, we would be very well off. And then comes the question of the industry. And the industry are the people who I think will eventually implement this. Because I was listening to the last session, our 3 presenters, and thank you very much for your presentations, for your work. And I know how difficult it is to do a piece of research and to get the opportunity to present it. And those 3 case studies, I think, bring clearly to us that these are really interesting projects. The village, how you bring the village to the people, the hot wells, and I think I have seen some of the hot wells in Jaffna. I have also seen some of the hot wells, hot springs in the Central Asian countries, in Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Russian Federation. They are very well developed. They have a lot of domestic tourists and international tourists, and they are developed. And then the Waywell project, that project also is a really interesting project. Now the question is, how do we do it? How do we develop this Waywell in a way that suits the environment as well as bring some benefit to the community, because we are talking about tourism. So my message to the conference is this symposium is important because we shared the information, we saw what a lot of rich information there is, the research you've done, and I also think it is really commendable that the conference organizers gave the opportunity to students from different universities, from different parts of the country to present this. Now you have to see, how do you make use of this research? How do you bring the research to the attention of the policymakers? And how do you convince the industry to take up these projects, however exciting this project may be? And particularly in this climate of the tourism industry. We have 3 resorts. We have a new resort yet to be open. Every day, I have to look at the cash flow. Every month, at the end of the month, I have to find 30 million rupees just to pay the salaries. We have 500 staff. We didn't let go any of the staff. And recently when we had some function, every staff member wanted to talk and to say how much they appreciated the job security we had given. But it's a big responsibility. And in that climate, how do you encourage the hoteliers, the destination managers, the tour operators to engage in biodiversity? Because that's very far removed from their agenda. And during this conference, I was wondering, how is it that we did it? We are a family company, the Barberine. We have a group of companies, associated companies, where we engage in every aspect of Ayurveda. And we have projects, a major project on medicinal plants of Sri Lanka, which we now do with Kew Gardens. They have confirmed the accuracy up to 99%. When COVID came, I told Kew, I don't think we can progress with this project because we also had to give some funding. And they said, don't worry about it. We will support you until you can get back to contributing. So we moved with the project. When I was working in the UN, in spite of learning about all this development agenda, sustainability, I used to tell my colleagues, I need a clean piece of paper to write. I will grow a forest. And in 2010, we bought a forest. We bought the forest that Lucky Senanayaka had grown in Dambulla from flat cultivation land. It is the most miraculous place. And we can all, if we want to, grow a forest or retain the forest. And in our resorts, we maintain the biodiversity and we have medicinal gardens. So I have asked myself, what is this model? And I think it's because we are passionate about the biodiversity. We are passionate about the trees. I was not always like that. When I went lucky, and then I had the good fortune to meet Professor Piyal Marasinghe, who is one of Sri Lanka's foremost experts on medicinal plants. They showed me how to be aware of the trees, the branches, the leaves. And I think we need to be able to convey that passion to our children, to the schools, to the community, and the hoteliers. And if we can do that, then we will succeed with this biodiversity. And this forum can be a good start. What I am concerned about is I know that while there is a project from the UNDP or UNWTO, the project works, the funding comes to an end, the project comes to an end. So I think this is a responsibility of the University of Colombo, which is taking the lead and also gathering the other universities to continue to make sure that this information reaches the hotelier and capture their attention and try and continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Geeta, for your valuable thoughts for rethinking tourism. Thank you. Now I cordially invite Mr. Gamunu Gunawardana, Chairman, Winston Group.
Thank you. What can I say? I think I started my career here cutting onions 46 years ago. Now again, I have become a student here. I think I learned a lot from the professors, as well as the presenters here, as well as, of course, the chair, this lady. I was thinking, okay, we talk much about biodiversity. I started as a cook, as the doctor knows, cutting onions. Later became a chef, and later, of course, somewhere, okay. But we have certain responsibilities, of course, this diversity, things like that, in our career as hoteliers. I suppose I think this first professor talked about carbon footprint or lung. No? Actually, that was done by Relton, Sir Relton Dialvis, who was the chairman at that time. Some of us got into that. Some of us actually put them in the back burner, of course, for commercial reasons. From there, of course, I had the fortunate to work for Atkins Spence in Kandalama project, so perhaps we had to be sensitive to the environment. We were pushed into that. Of course, Mr. Bawa always had his emotions of being sensitive to the environment, but of course, most of these words which are used today was not there actually. Even in fact, Mr. Bawa's tropical modernism was not in the vocabulary, it was later. Okay, coming back to my own experience, twilight of my career, I thought I should do something different, of course, with Chef Publish doing a lot about the Sri Lankan cuisine. Perhaps I thought I would move a little further. Earlier in my career, we actually started something called Heritage Cuisine, where we used the traditional food, of course, bring it to the gastronomy standard of the international standards. We got some chefs who were with us, who were able to, I mean, recently also they came back winning 6 gold medals in the World Cup. So possibly they know the understanding of the present day gastronomy standard, the fine dining table, but using local ingredients. So I believe that our own kiriodi would be the most healthiest sauce in the world, where we are talking about curcumin, the main ingredient of turmeric, and today they are in tablets. So we have all those things with us, coconut milk. Leaving aside, then there is another thing which happens in our villages. What about the old grandma, Archie, recipes? I suppose this lady has done a study, in Matale. Certain ingredients, actually, which is now, if we don't go and actually save, for instance, hull. Now we all talk about hull, I'm sure some of you all will know, some of may not know. Now, hull is a fruit which grows around the forest and grows in trees. Now, unfortunately, or I don't know, fortunately, with American flower coming to this country, Professor will know better than me how these things work. But our entire cuisine changed, actually, that traditional cuisine, because it was available freely. People got used to the palate, including myself. Even some of the rotis we are talking about is from flour. But if you really see, you can make so many rotis which was made before 50s or before these things came with these type of ingredients. Now, I'll talk about hull. Now, hull is a thing which you actually pluck it from a tree and grate it, and you have to use keep it under water, flowing water, to take the bitterness off. So what happens is there is actually something called a toxin, which our forefathers knew. Perhaps we didn't know about it. And of course, you can make roti, you can make all these things what we are talking about. And there is also the low glycemic index. Today we talk about diabetic and all those things. I'm sure science students will know. So many, kind of health benefits you get, actually. So that is one of those which we need to preserve. Now, there is also, habarala, you say. Actually, there is also, you can make a very nice, they call it a malu, the villages, and they do a kema. Kema means you kind of do, it is coming from generation to generation. I'm sure some science students should do a study and see where this, we are talking about, what you call this, toxins, how you could remove. But our forefathers knew about it. So that is also one of those things which we will have to preserve. And there are certain areas like you have madu. Now, madu piti. Now, madu is a small seed which grows actually in Basgamo. And what you do is you take it out, sun dry it, and then you get flour also, which is, today we are talking about, I think 10% of the population is diabetic, including me. So we are talking about certain diabetic food, but it's all there because of the low glycemic index. Then the other thing is, we are all talking today about probiotics, prebiotics, antioxidants, all those new things. Then we are talking about gut flora. Now, gut flora is something, today, I think about 10 years ago, some doctors are talking heavily on those. But if you take 2,500 years Ayurveda, first thing is, Badavireka kannawa. What does that mean? So, balancing of this good bacteria and bio. So, as somebody said, I think this professor said, we are living in a gold mine. In cuisine, we have so much, and I would say, so biodiversity, or we call it gastronomy, Sri Lanka, has a lot to offer. First thing is the health factor, and also because of our weather conditions, and also geographically, we are in a place where southern hemisphere, there is no landmass. Then, of course, if you take the west and the east, the land masses are in Africa as well as. So we have virgin rain coming in. So that's, and also the sun is directly. So we all know, we talk about urban poverty, but I must say some of the villages, maybe food-wise, there can't be issue because there is some, and you see, course, so many things which you can do, we all know about it. But the idea is that we now, are rotiya, danna honda kale wage. Today in the internet, if you go, everything is on health. And we have all those healthy food, what we talk about, antioxidants to probiotics to prebiotics. And of course, twilight of my career has started doing it. That's called, I don't want to talk much about what I do. I suppose it's in the internet. We want to go to that village, get that knowledge from that grandma. Now, there are people who are living 80, 90 years, and sometimes they are being laughed by the next generation. But when you talk to them, when you ask them what did they do 50 years ago, the cuisine and the recipes, the absolute recipe is actually taking that griddle and putting curry powders and getting that volatile flavors in it. And, those food is fantastic. We may have learned our cooking here, but that is something which is coming from so many years, because before we got kerosene oil, no? After, I think, firewood. Before kerosene oil or firewood, the story was the same 2000 years. So it is from the grandma to the next generation which came in. Now when we talk about biodiversity or agrodiversity, we have all the ingredients. Now the idea is to somehow empower these villagers with their grandma and their siblings to have this interesting thing about gastronomy, Sri Lanka, the health factor of it and the story. And what is gastronomy? From the time you do the tilling, our culture has ingrained the type of folk stories, poetry, how it's a story, no? I mean, people, I would say, indulge in growing, tilling to growing, and it's intertwined. So what happens there? You have the ingredients within 5 kilometer radius, which we are talking about carbon footprint. So you have everything from the time you do the tilling, from the time you gather, then prepare, and the preparation itself has a story, no? The ladies are talking about those. Then what about the consuming and how the whole thing works in your digestion system? That is what we talk about, the health. So I believe that we have so many things to do. Anyway, thank you very much, Professor. What you're doing is really great, getting these young people coming in. End of the day, what we will treasure is to see the next generation better than us. I saw this lady is not here, okay. So thank you very much anyway for everything.
Traditional knowledge of the country. Our ancient people has rich traditional knowledge. Then we have the time to use those things. Thank you for reminding this for all of us. Thank you. I think Professor Noel Scott is online. I cordially invite Professor for your thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen and just show a few slides. But before I do, I wanted to thank the two previous speakers. They were excellent presentations. To the gentleman who just spoke, I don't think you're in the twilight of your years. I think that you must be just starting a new career. And to the lady who runs the hotel chain, well, wonderful. Your work on biodiversity, I think, and making it work in a commercial sense through your hotels is an excellent example for others. So thank you to the University of Colombo for the opportunity to talk today. I'm talking from Australia, and many of the things that I've heard being talked about today are very interesting for Australian people. You know, as has been said, the wildlife and the culture and the history of Sri Lanka is fascinating. I just want to talk briefly about some work that I've done with a lady who is the chairman of the Wildlife Tourism Australia organization, Rhonda Green. So Rhonda and I did some work a little while ago on good practice guidelines for wildlife viewing in Asia and the Pacific. So this work was done for the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And what it was a bit of a review of wildlife tourism throughout Asia and the Pacific region, and trying to find good practice examples, and also providing some guidelines for how to responsibly view wildlife in the wild. There are actually plenty of guidelines for viewing animals in captive environments, or for ethical treatment of animals in captive environments, but there's not so much, strangely enough, in the for the wild. So we did some work on this area. What we found when we did this review of wildlife tourism in Asia and the Pacific is that, bottom line, Sri Lanka is no different. Tourism was, until COVID, going strongly and will grow again, I'm pretty sure. But the wildlife ecosystems are under pressure, basically from human interference with the ecosystems in which these wild animals live. And within it, maybe because of some sort of scarcity factor, maybe because of just an innate fascination with wildlife, wildlife tourism is growing in popularity, but is leading, its success is leading to some overcrowding, especially in national parks. And in some parts of Southeast Asia and Asia generally, there have been a number of animal welfare organizations that have put the spotlight on treatment of animals, especially captive animals. So, for example, the Association of British Travel Agents placed a lot of attention on the treatment of elephants in Thailand, and you even see that flowing through to TripAdvisor and Sea-Trip in China, where there are recommendations on which places to visit to see wildlife on the basis of the ethical treatment of those animals. As I mentioned, most guidelines for examining terrestrial wildlife are based on viewing captive animals. But through this partnering with Wildlife Tourism Australia, we came up with some suggestions, which I will only talk briefly about here. So there were a number of different categories of good practice. So there are guidelines for the management of the operations, such as fairly basic things like employees should receive training in the essentials of welfare and conservation issues before they can talk to the visitors who are on their tour. So there's a number of these things. Then again, when viewing in the wild, one example might be that you need to have some discussions with the local community. So tourists should not be permitted to trespass on private lands and so on, or behave in a way that disturbs residents or their domestic animals. So there's a whole lot of these guidelines. And if people are interested, this report is available from the UNWTO. What we did, though, was we looked at some examples of good practice in wildlife viewing, and we found a number of them. I think in Sri Lanka there are some good examples of watching elephants, for example, and bird watching and other things. But in some places there is a need for guide training and a little bit of overcrowding in the past. But generally there's a number of different good practice examples of wildlife tourism earning money for local people. Here's an example of a few that we've recently been looking at in Indonesia. I noticed one of the previous speakers was from Indonesia. This is in Sulawesi, and there's a in this particular part of Sulawesi in the south near Makassar, there's a bat colony, and that bat colony flies out of this cave regularly at a certain time each night. So that forms the basis for a wonderful tour where you can see these amazing animals, and you can also see, of course, the eagles that fly above the bats and come down and have dinner. There are then in Papua. This gentleman, Alex Wasserman, is a tour guide. He runs a tour to see birds of paradise for bird watchers, a specialist market. But he's also working with his local community to protect the area on which his income is based. So, and once you start talking, there's all sorts of other animals in this area, from tree kangaroos, turtles, exotic birds and things. So this is a good example where local people are benefiting from tourism, and in that process, protecting the wildlife is in their interests. And here's another example: whale sharks in Nusa Tenggara, and here the fishermen catch fish. They release the small fish at the end of their fishing, and the bats come. The whale sharks come along and eat them. So in the past, the fishermen treated the whale sharks as a menace, as a pest, but now they're making money from tourism, and so now they're starting to protect the whale sharks. So this the issue here is that, well, there's a number of general issues first. So one of the things that needs to happen in Asia and the Pacific area generally is that there's plenty of sort of small scale planning for wildlife and for wildlife tourism, but we need to move to a sort of slightly larger regional perspective, and in order to manage animal-human interactions, that there probably will be more overcrowding in the future, especially for areas with what they call charismatic megafauna, elephants, leopards, all sorts of animals which are particularly found in Sri Lanka. There's a need for more tour guide training and accreditation. Perhaps there's some use of technology that might be able to enhance the visitor experience and at the same time reduce the impact on wildlife. But particularly, I'd like to draw this attention to involving local people. And I've heard a couple of speakers before this talk about how we can get the residents or the people who you might arguably say protect the animals, or at least live with those animals, the people who live in a region, and somehow get them to benefit from the protection of the wildlife. And that one way to do that, of course, is through wildlife tourism. So the thing that I'd suggest, if I had to suggest one thing to pursue, and it's sort of been a theme through much of the discussions today, is to involve people somehow, local people, somehow in the management of wildlife in national parks and surrounding areas, and allow them to benefit from that involvement in some way. And that in that way, you get a win-win situation. You get local people protecting wildlife and benefiting from it. So thank you very much. That's just a brief talk. I hope it was useful for you.
Thank you, Professor Noel, sharing your experiences regarding the implementation of guideline. I think very important for this community participation and the benefit sharing. This is very important for us for future activities as well. Thank you for your presentation. Now, I think our time also complete. I like to thank the three presenters for sharing their case studies and their experiences for all of us, and Mrs. Geeta and Mr. Gamunu and Professor Noel for sharing their important experiences for all of us. I think those experiences we can include our future activities for the improvement of our tourism activities according to our theme, Rethinking Tourism. Thank you for all. Thanks.
And I would like to ask you to remain on stage as well, as now we will move on with the presentation of certificates for our presenters. And to do the honors of presenting the certificates, I would like to invite the panel chair, Mrs. R.H.M.P. Abekon, Director, Biodiversity Secretariat, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. And first of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Tilini Dilanka Kumari Ekanayaka from University of Kalani, Sri Lanka, for presenting her findings. And then I would like to invite A.W.N. Nalifa from Southeastern University of Sri Lanka to receive her certificate. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. L.D.C. Jayasinghe from University of Colombo to receive his certificate from Mrs. Panel Chair. Right, and now to present a token of appreciation for our panel members, this final technical session, I would like to invite Ms. Nilmini Ranasinghe, Assistant Director, Biodiversity Division, Planner Pratibani Bandhusena, Joint Secretary of International Research Symposium on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism 2022, and also Mr. Bandul Sumit from University of Colombo to present the tokens of appreciation for our panel members. Starting off from the panel chair, Mrs. R.H.M.P. Abekon. And Mrs. Geeta Karandavalla. And for Mr. Gamunu Gunavardhana as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Professor Noel Scott for joining with us through virtual means and for sharing his findings with us today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding today's session, I would like to invite Professor Mubarak Kaldin to officially present the closing remarks of this International Research Symposium 2022 on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism.
Good evening to you all. The Ministry of Environment and the University of Colombo proudly organized this International Research Symposium on biodiversity and sustainable tourism and successfully completed its proceedings and publications. This symposium covered an inaugural proceeding and 3 technical sessions and presentations. The organizing committee is extending its heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Padma Abekon, Director, Biodiversity Division, Ministry of Environment, Professor D.A.C. Suranga Silva, the chair of this symposium, University of Colombo, and the sponsors of this project. We also thank for those who involved from the Ministry of Environment and University of Colombo in organizing and conducting this event a great success. We take this opportunity to thank our guest speakers, keynote speaker, technical panel speakers, paper presenters, researchers and authors, reviewers and editors, and on-site and online participants of this symposium. On behalf of the scientific committee and the organizing committee of the symposium, I am pleased to announce that the proceedings of this International Research Symposium on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism has come to an end, and concluded. Wish you all the best, and thank you so much for everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Professor. With that, we will be winding up the International Research Symposium on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism 2022.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we had 3 technical sessions with a lot of fruitful ideas. And so once again, I would like to thank all the distinguished guests who came in here today and who joined us right from the morning. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming here and for showing your support throughout this event. And also, special thanks to all the presenters for sharing their findings and today with us in this International Research Symposium on Biodiversity and Sustainable Tourism 2022. And we hope to see you next year as well with the 2023 edition. So until then, have a good day.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
There will be refreshments for you, so you can enjoy a tea and your refreshments from the outside. Thank you.